on. I can't hear him. I can't hear you. Oh, okay, that's good. I can't hear him yet, so I'm trying to figure that piece out. I think maybe he's just a little behind. Oh, he's messing back. Okay, we're good. I think we're beautiful. Glad you hear me. Hopefully, when he turns on his volume, he can hear me. That would be good. That would be ideal. Oh, monkeys. My bad. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So I'm supposed to be in the Discord video and not the thing, or Discord like audio. In the waiting room, I guess. All right. Son of a bitch. All right. That's the issue. So now we need to. Oh, that's the issue. I get it now. Right. Oh, monkeys. Okay.
The argument was only invented.
And then.
Yoinked. You get yoinked, and you get yoinked.
Wait. Why am I in the waiting room? Why am I in the waiting room? Balls. Why for am I in the waiting room? Hopefully that works. Make sure we got shared on that business.
Here, don't leave.
I feel like I should change my name for this debate.
Yeah, probably, but that's okay. Wait a minute. Change your name for what?
Why can't I hear
Oh,
you?
just for this debate.
Why cannot I hear
I'm
you?
curious
Anyone?
to what.
Oh, well,
Because
just to my regular name, so people recognize it.
Oh, it's Discord. It's fine. He
okay.
doesn't show
Pardon?
Discord on stream.
Oh, okay, then. Okay, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're not. Yeah.
Wait, no, son of a. Man. I keep. That's good. Oh, really? I can't hear them though. That's interesting. Why can I not hear them?
Figured it out. Can you hear us now, Loodle? Nope. I don't know if you can hear us, Loodle, but we cannot hear you. However, your mic is showing as being completely open. So yeah, I'm gonna. Oh wait, did I hear you?
Yeah, we heard him for a second. Speak again, Little.
Figured it out.
Yep, there we go.
Figured it out. Y'all hear
Okay.
me?
We do.
Yep. Do you
I hear you.
make sure to put your camera in the video ninja thing?
It's. I thought it was. Oh, I turned. Wait, no, it is. Right?
Radish, is it in there?
Yeah, video. I've got video. So a reminder to
Move
everybody
Ghosty back up.
on the video website, make sure and mute and deafen that website.
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes crazy shit happens and we do not want that to happen, I promise. Also, now that we finally got everybody in here, oh, wait. Ghosty left.
Ghosty left for she's back in the waiting room.
Yep. Ghosty's back. All right. Can you hear us as well, ma'am?
Everybody's circling and roboting really badly.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
You might need to restart Discord.
Yeah, might need to restart Discord.
Restart Discord.
We-
Okay.
We will wait.
Sounds good.
All right. Sorry, 1 second.
I don't think
Dusty, you're looking
gonna- I'm
vibrant today.
What?
You're looking vibrant
Oh.
today.
It's
Yeah,
Pride-
you know, I'm just
it's
I'm
Pride
just an
Month, come
ally,
on.
so
It's Pride Month.
yeah, exactly. I'm
Yeah.
just showing my
Alright.
support.
Pretty obvious. Good for you.
I even wished
Hmm.
Leafy happy birthday yesterday.
See, I actually had a different joke in my mind, but I think yours is probably better. So, yeah, we're just gonna shut up.
Capitalism's the only real joke here.
That's right. Yeah, fuck capitalism. Wow. Anyways, so it looks like Ghosty is still not back yet. All right, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mute you guys for just a few moments. I'm gonna read my little opening thing. All of y'all have been here before, so y'all don't really need to hear it. So give me just a few seconds, and we'll kick this off.
Look, before we get started, I have to ask everybody one question.
Why are you gay?
Well, because it's Pride Month. Duh.
I'm gay only for this month.
It's like an on-off switch. That's what
Yeah.
the Book of Mormon musical told me at least. Turn it off like a light switch. Just go quick.
I'm going to have to get this virtual camera thing working eventually.
That sounds like somebody speaking moon speak, bro. I'm like virtual camera, like yeah, some 3D shit.
He said moon speak.
I said moon.
And now, let's see if we can get everybody up on the screen. Okay, everybody's fucking on the screen. Good shit. Groofus, can you hear us, buddy?
Well, that ain't good.
You're still muted
Yeah.
in Discord. You can. Beautiful.
Ghosty's back in the
Loodle-
waiting room.
Loodle
Yeah,
is
Ghosty's in the waiting
gone. Okay, Ghosty's in the waiting room. Ghosty is now back with us. All right, so we're finally here.
Can you hear us, Ghosty?
I-
Is it better?
Yeah, it's working right now. It was working fine when I was initially in here for like 5 minutes
Huh.
though, so hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Fing-
But
fingers
it's working
crossed.
now.
Fingers and toes crossed.
Notoriously problematic when it comes to Wi-Fi or internet. So Discord sucks a lot of juice. So all right, so everybody, thank you guys. I've already done my little fun cold read, so I'm just going to go through and I'm going to have each of you guys introduce yourselves. I'm going to drop your links, of course, in the chat as we do, but starting with you, Testicle Johnson, the captain on the team Affirmative, would you please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and why they can't find you anywhere?
Yeah, I am Testicle Johnson. I've been around the space for a couple of years. For like floating around politics spaces. I mod for a handful of people, but for the most part, I just shit post in chat, and I do enjoy from time to time having some more structured and deeper conversations. So, yeah, I enjoy passing the time. I don't stream or anything. I do have a Twitter. It's just Testicle Johnson, but I'm basically a bot account. I just repost things. It's just memes and more shit posting. So. Yeah, that's pretty much me as a person.
There you go. Yeah, and you have to type in the words Testicle Johnson to get there, and so that's fun on its own. It's a whole adventure.
Yeah.
All right. Lethe, Water, Kai, please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Hey, how's it going? Leafy Water Kai here. Glad to see everyone. appreciate Horseradish for hosting this thing. I apparently am the captain now, so y'all know what's popping. It's about to be a good one. Let's go.
Yeah, I should actually also clarify, not making excuses for anybody, but Lethe was asked to steelman this position that he doesn't even personally hold, and then got default dropped to become the captain. Are you streaming tonight, Lethe?
I am
Are you
not.
live?
I've been rushing
Not?
all day.
All right, cheers. That's fine. And speaking of which, Vigi and Groofus, are either of y'all streaming live on Twitch?
Not currently.
No.
No? All right, cool. Then I'm representing all of us. Vigilante TV, would you please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir?
Yep, you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. I mostly do politics and sometimes gaming. You'll see me on the Word War Debate Contender Series along with Radish here soon.
Oh wow.
Indeed.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I know. Word War Debate's cool. We will talk about it, I'm sure, later. But next up is Ghosty. Please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Thank you for having me. My name's Ghosty. The G is spelled with the number 6. I'm on YouTube. I also talk about like politics, philosophy, social issues, blah 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 blah.
It's the blah 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 that keeps him coming back.
The yada yada.
Next up is Groofus. Groofus, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir.
You can. I'm a Groofus. I mod for a few people here on Twitch, including Horse, and if you're feeling adventurous. And I'm the only real libertarian, and I'm here to debate this prompt tonight.
Okay, only real libertarian, famous fighting words. And now to the other only real libertarian, Loodle Miss.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm Little Miss. You can find me on at Little Miss at the YouTube, and now opened a Little Miss Debates channel because Little Miss is my daughter, and so it's. If you want to see cute videos of me and her playing Princess Legos, you can do that on the Little Miss channel or Little Miss Debates.
That's pretty dope. Send me a link to the Little Miss Debates channel, and I will start plugging that one. But for now,
it's the
if
same.
you go to
It's
the
the
Little
same
Miss,
channel.
I'm sure.
It's the same channel, just
Yep.
different videos.
Oh, just different videos. All right, that's cool. Right on. All right, so the way this goes, everybody who's not been here before, there's going to be 3-minute sections going back and forth. Starting with the affirmative, the captain will choose a debater to go first with an opening. Then the opposite team will choose another debater on their team to cross-examine or rebut the first debater. Then they are going to go do their opening themselves, and then the other team will choose somebody to cross-examine, rebut, and back and forth until everybody is gone. Now, in the course of that, every single debater will have debated 2 of the people on the other side of the fence. The final round, or the main area of this is going to be the championship rounds, where every 2 debaters who have not faced each other yet will now get locked in the middle for 10 minutes apiece, and they will go back and forth in an open forum format. After that, each of the debaters will also get 3-minute closes in the same order that they went earlier. And during that, we're going to ask you guys to go ahead and send in and submit any questions. Now, hopefully I'm going to have some questions myself, but I'm really going to rely on you guys. We don't have judges around for these anymore. So I'm hoping that you guys will have some questions for them or some ideas or some points. In which case, you throw a couple bucks in the tip jar and we'll throw the questions to them while you guys are doing your votes at the end. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and kick this off. First things first, Mr. Testicle Johnsons, who is going to be the first debater on the affirmative team?
So the first champion that we have chosen is Groofus.
Groofus. All right, Groofus, if you, sir, would be so kind, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. Uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
What I want to talk about tonight and what I care about tonight is human flourishing, not wages and not convenience. The deeper question of whether a society is structured in a way that lets people live well. And tipping culture survives by manipulation. It blurs the line between compensation and gratitude, between obligation and voluntarism, between a price and a gift. And it depends on most people never noticing the blur is happening to them. By flourishing, I don't just mean happiness. I mean the development and exercise of the virtues that make a life go well. And one condition for that is being able to trust that things are what they are presented as. A gift that's actually an obligation. A price that's actually a guilt tax. That's not a quirky cultural habit. That's manipulation dressed up as etiquette. And by manipulation, I mean a system that depends on people responding to expectations that function as obligations while being described as voluntary. When was the last time you tipped less than 18 to 20% and actually felt like you had a choice? Most people a long time ago, and that's the system working as designed. Tipping calls itself gratitude. For most people, it's a guilt tax. You're not being asked to give, you're being manipulated into paying and being called generous for it. And a person manipulated into giving isn't practicing generosity, they are just complying. The same manipulation runs the other way. Tipping tells the worker the same story. Work hard and you'll be rewarded. But tip totals are shared by things that have nothing to do with the quality of work. The worker is sold the same lie the customer is sold, that it is merit. It isn't. It's a system that's stopped being honest about what it is, what it measures, and whether the worker absorbs that dishonesty every shift, unable to plan, unable to rely on their own competence. No one designed this necessarily maliciously, but a manipulation doesn't need a mastermind to still be one. It needs people on both ends who stop noticing. My opponents may talk about incentives and wages tonight, but I'm here to talk about something more basic. Whether a flourishing society should let a wage disguise itself as a gift and call it a transaction. I don't believe it should. And I yield the rest of my time.
Right. And Lethe, who is going to cross-examine Grufus?
It's gonna be me.
All right.
Hey, Lethe.
1 second here. Boom. All right. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock now for you. You know how to use this time. Cross-examine, poke holes, set up arguments. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
So, Grufus, I need to know
Mhm.
who has the yacht pointed at your head telling you that you have to tip 18%?
Sorry, well, no, who has the what pointed at your head?
The yacht, the gat, the blick.
The burr.
Oh, okay. No one's actually like physically coercing you, right? No one's actually physically coercing you, but that's not really the point we on the app are making here today.
So you're telling me that we don't have the personal agency to not tip. Is that what you're telling me?
No, we have the personal agency to not tip. The difference, however, is you have some sort of social institution, social function, right? That moves it from an individual choice to a choice that is essentially made collectively for you instead.
So how is it the responsibility of the end user for a system they have no control over to try and buck a system they could not even change with a general strike?
You can. Sorry, what was the first part of that question? I got the general.
How is it the
strike.
responsibility of the end user for a system when they have no control to try and buck a system they couldn't even begin to change with a strike?
Because it's much like in the way to bring up that one turtle analogy, you should send that turtle back into the sea, even if there's thousands of turtles. You're still making a difference within it and still having positive influence on society, even if you're not going to totally change that society.
And then you bring up human flourishing, but yet you don't want one of those turtles, even if they're exceptional, to be able to gain the benefit of the exceptional things that they do. Why is this?
I'm sorry. I'm saying you should be the one going. Am I misunderstanding the question? I'm saying you should be sending that turtle back into the sea. To increase its flourishing, to help its flourishing.
Yeah, but you're withholding aid from said turtle that is diminishing its flourishing. You just drain the well. Why would you do this?
I'm online.
I'm not diminishing. How am I reducing its flourishing by making sure it survives?
If you can
You're
find my
making
black
sure it
vape
survives by
somewhere
giving
around
it
here,
what it
I'll give
deserves for
$2.
the exceptional
I'm lying.
service it provided.
Find black vape. Sir, search it.
That I
It's
don't think
around
that's
here
I don't think
somewhere.
that's
Find it,
analogous.
$2.
You're comparing making sure someone lives to a societal
Somewhere
institution
around. I'm looking for
effectively
black vape. I
manipulating
went
you
up and filled
into
my
paying
drink,
someone
and I
else's
somehow
wages.
left it out there. Now I'm spurging out. Don't have it.
Wow. And you think that society
$2
itself
for
is
winner.
going to make up for that?
Whether or not I don't think that's also really translatable. You're trying to say you're trying to get the conversation outside, I think, of the prompt.
We'll see.
Right. With that, we're going to go ahead and go over to you now, Lethe. 3 minutes going on the clock for your opening. Tell us more about the turtles, sir.
All right. Let's start the party by saying there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Tip your fucking waiter. A recent survey of nearly 12,000 adults by the Pew Research Center showed that 72% of Americans feel they are being asked to tip in more places than they were 5 years ago, and consumers are largely unimpressed by the practice. A similar survey by Bankrate found 2/3 of Americans think negatively
Is it
of the
there?
tipping system, with 30% saying
Yeah.
it's out of control. There are some leftover effects from the
It's somewhere.
pandemic,
It
during
has
which
to
many
be. I know
workers
it
and
is. So I
businesses
got
relied
up
on tips to survive, which
and
I don't see why you wouldn't want to help them survive, but for the sake of the argument, people became very generous during COVID. An attorney and hospitality law professor at the University of Houston said that during COVID, more places expanded the tipping model, and that trend has continued post-COVID.
so I
But just
went to
because
the
you're prompted to
bathroom.
tip doesn't
I
mean that you
went
have
to
to tip.
the
If you don't feel the
kitchen
service deserved a
to
tip,
look
then
on
you
the
don't
kitchen
tip.
shelves
Or in the
maybe,
instance you feel service was
like in the
terrible,
back
you can give the
places.
ultimate review of 1 penny. We have agency in how we respond to perceived social pressures. We are not chained by what a kiosk or a point of sale system proposes to us. In the US, tipping got its start in the civil and post-Civil War and Reconstruction period, when employers were hiring people of color and not paying them wages. Would you not want for these Black people that were doing exceptional service or just trying to live to not have a living wage or not be compensated for what they do? Back then, this practice happened primarily in the railroad industry. It was essentially an extension of slavery. Several factors may have converged to spawn this tipping evolution. The advent of digital payment systems has made
Found
asking
it.
for
I dropped
tips
it on the
easier and
ground.
less
Sorry.
awkward than ever.
I
A
wasn't
simple flip
scamming
of
you,
a
bro. I
screen
really didn't know
with a
what it was.
suggested
I wasn't
amount
scamming
displayed,
you.
usually 18 to 25%, is often all an employee
How about
needs to
like and
solicit a
subscribe?
tip. Plus, the added social pressure of an expectant
We're
employee
we're
watching a
live
customer makes their selection
for the
creates a
debate.
psychological element of shame that motivates tipping. You should exercise your own agency in this instance. Resist your robot masters, but reward those that give commendable service. No one is entitled to a tip. Any social pressure you feel to provide one is purely personal. And with that, I yield my time.
Be up, be down.
Mid.
Happen.
Testes.
muted.
Who's gonna? Yep. I'm sorry. Who's gonna follow that up?
I will be doing the cross examination.
All right. Very cool. Then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you. As you were, sir.
Sorry, 2 seconds here.
Take your time. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So Lethe, that was interesting. It's interesting actually that you cited the Pew Research because I looked into the same study. So I think you quoted it there. It was 72% of people feel that the pressure to tip has risen in the last 5 years. Is that accurate assessment?
That is accurate.
Right. So if we're discussing, I guess, the resistance of tipping culture, if 72% of people, I forget the exact number, it was over 10,000, but
About
would that not
12,000.
sure, yeah, would that not imply that the expectation of tipping has increased socially?
Absolutely not. The expectation is exactly the same as it always was. Everybody wants to get tipped, don't they?
Well, I mean, I guess in contrast to the stat that we both seem to agree on, 72% of people feel that the expectation has risen. So wouldn't this so how could you say it hasn't, I suppose?
So this is feelings based. It's not reality based. There is no real world difference in the amount of expectation of tipping or not tipping. Just the fact that there's a point of sale system or some other device that's promoting the idea of tipping, maybe you just never thought about it before, but everybody's always been looking for a tip for the services they render. So I think this is just a perception issue.
Okay. Well, so in the same poll, for the Pew Research, it says the majority of Americans said that they would tip 15% or less for an average meal for like a sit-down restaurant, which is probably the context where tipping is most common. So in this case, it was 6 and 10 or 57%. So 50%, 7% said that 15% is sort of a baseline. Would you agree then that the default options, generally when you go out to a restaurant, now they will start at 20% and maybe 20, 25 to 30%. That's becoming more and more standard. Would you agree with that?
I would say they put that on the board, but that doesn't mean that's what you have to do.
I agree. And then, as you mentioned, people have free will. But if you were to presented with this, the handheld device, it's time to pay, and those are
Mhm.
your options. You would have to select other, and then you can, I believe, either do a dollar amount or a percentage amount. So you don't believe that by having these default options that there is zero social pressure that is being placed, whether or not you decide to do it. Would you agree that there is some level of pressure to do so?
Crazy as it is, Tasty, I have this exact issue where I go and I always hit other and I give them exactly what I want to give them, even if that's zero. Social pressure does not force or impose anything upon anyone. Now, we may have the issue where discretional income has decreased, and maybe now we feel like we need to give people more, but that's just the reality of what capitalism has done to us.
Sure. I'm almost out of time here. I will say as just a closing thought, I would agree with you in a technical sense that tipping is optional. I believe that there is a massive social pressure, which even though you're unwilling to quite bite that bullet, even with the unethical consumption under capitalism, I think that you are underplaying, I guess, the impact or severity of that social pressure over time.
There wasn't really a question there, Lethe, but since you are welcome to answer the question if you have one.
Yeah, so absolutely. Like, I think if people are giving exceptional service, it should be something that you want to do to tip. If you feel you are being pressured to tip, that's all the more reason not to tip in the first place. Don't incentivize a system that is bullying you. Like, definitely don't do that. So that's
right,
what I would answer to that.
Yep. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go to your opening there, Testes. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
Sure. I'll start off with my opening just on that very last point. If you are being bullied or feeling pressured, that sounds like something that you might want to resist, but maybe that's just me. So, as the affirmative, when we say the tipping culture should be resisted, I want to just be super clear, and nobody has said this. I'm just kind of getting out ahead of it. We're not saying that the service workers are the problem here, and we're not saying that people should go out and just stop tipping. Right? I think that hopefully we'd all agree that that would have some negative consequences, negative effects. So I would agree. What tipping is intended for is giving a little bit of extra money for genuine gratuity, for genuine good service. So it's no longer just a small thank you. It's no longer just, hey, you did a good job. Here's a tip. In America, it has become a built in expectation where the customer is pressured to pay the worker's income and subsidize it, while the worker is pressured to perform friendliness, patience, emotional control, and sometimes even deference. It's almost like they're just making them do a little song and dance, making them jump through these hoops because they understand that you're responsible for subsidizing their wages. So the tip screens are not just a personal annoyance. As Lethe cited, 72% of Americans say that tipping is expected in more places today than it was 5 years ago. So culture is not standing still. This is expanding, and this is one of the reasons it needs to be resisted. So historically, it kind of makes sense. If we're getting into a little bit more of a class hierarchy thing, just to briefly touch on it, what tipping was originally intended as was this is when somebody had a patronage, and they were essentially rewarding a servant. Lethe brought up the railroad example. So I don't think that that was good. I don't think that's necessarily a good system. However, uh, you know, looking into that context, it became massively more popular after the Civil War. And was attached to service industries where employers could underpay their workers and shift the wage burden onto the customers. So just as a very quick statistic here, so federally, tipped workers can be paid a direct cash wage of only $2.13 an hour. The customer's tips count towards the rest of the wage. This is literally you are subsidizing your server's wages. This responsibility has now been placed onto the consumer. So even though they're legally required to reach the minimum wage, the employer would have to make up that shortfall if they don't hit their tip minimum. This is exactly the point. There's an overlap in the law that is forcing customers to now subsidize wages for the employees. Excuse me. So there's a deeper problem here. So tipping puts part of the worker's income in the hands of the customer's mood. It's now at the customer's whim. They could provide excellent service and receive zero tip, or they could provide poor service and, due to social obligation, receive a tip that is undeserved. The issue is not whether kindness should exist or if it shouldn't. The issue is whether we should accept a culture where wages become favors, where businesses rely on social pressure, and where workers have to smile just so that they can pay rent. That's what we should resist.
Okay. And Lethe, who's going to cross-examine testicles?
Our man Loodle.
All right. Let's get over there. Yep.
Loud and
There you
clear.
go. Three minutes is on the clock for you, Loodle. Go ahead and cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
I may have misspoke. At least what I intended or thought I said was that you are putting in the onus onto the customers to subsidize the wage of the employees. If I did say employers in that instance, I apologize. That would have been, yeah. That's correct. Up to the state minimum wage, if I recall. Yeah. Not off the top of my head, no. Yeah, absolutely. I don't believe I spoke against not tipping altogether. So I think, yeah, if you receive exceptional service, I believe absolutely as a show of gratitude, genuine gratitude, you should be yeah, yeah. Sure. So I highlighted a little bit in my opening, but Um, I believe that there is a heavy social expectation. The easiest thing to highlight, as I said, is when you're handed sort of the machine, you have these default percentages from 20, 25, 30%. And citing the poll, most Americans still feel comfortable with a 15%. So I think that alone places some social pressure on people to. Not no, not solely. I mean, if you ask for a singular example, more broadly. Yeah, yeah, no, no, of course. So I think more broadly, we have seen this also expand to other industries where you typically, most commonly, just as a very quick example, and this is most seen as like in restaurants, sit down services. Most commonly, other things that are cited would be maybe for haircuts, which is also sort of understandable. But now it's also spreading into things like coffee shops. So I would say that this tipping culture has spread to other industries. This is an example maybe of this being expanded.
All right. So we are now going to go ahead and go to Loodle Miss. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Uninterrupted opening. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready. All right. And testicles. Who is going to be doing that? I suppose it would be Vigilante,
Indeed.
right?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. Give me 1 second. Let me get there.
Hello again.
Give me 1 second, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I got to do like math and shit. A2 and 3. There we go. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock. Vigilante, cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
Yeah, so you gave your definition of tipping culture, right? So do we not see on social media people shaming others for not tipping and when ordering food or going out to eat? Is that not part of tipping culture? Yeah, I mean, we also get the servers. We also get servers and DoorDashers and stuff posting the orders and the fact that they didn't get tips. Yeah, the whole point is that shame is part of the tipping culture, correct? You don't think people actively shaming people on social media is part of tipping culture? Yeah, that's the idealistic version of how tipping should work, but that's not how it actually works in reality. The reality is there's a shame behind not tipping. Yes, the social shaming that we do of people who don't tip contributes to tipping culture and is the reason why tipping culture is bad in America. It's not, the reality is that tipping culture isn't what you're describing it as, it's the shame behind not tipping. The fact that tipping is borderline seen as a requirement nowadays rather than supplementing somebody's wage. Yeah, it's not yeah, no, it's fine. It's not just that it's you're supplementing somebody's wage because they gave you good service. It's it's socially required because of the fear of getting shamed on social media. I've also worked as a serving job, but that's all anecdotal experience, right?
All right. All right, there you go. So we are now going to go ahead and go to you, Vigi. 3 minutes on the clock for your opening, sir. I'll start it up when you're ready.
Yeah, no employer has the right to pay poverty wages and outsource their wage responsibility onto consumers. That is the core of this debate and everything else that follows it. Let's be clear about what resistance means here. Resistance does not mean stiffing your server. It does not mean leaving a 0 tip on the receipt while the person who just spent an hour making sure that your dinner went well goes home wondering how they're going to pay rent. When somebody's ability to feed their family and stay housed depends on the generosity of strangers, that person cannot bear the cost of your protest. Resistance means legislation, full stop. The system we have built tells service workers your employer is not fully responsible for your wages. The people sitting at your tables are. We have taken the most basic obligation of employment, pay the people who work for you enough to live on, and we have transferred it to the consumers through a social ritual enforced by guilt. That is not generosity. That is a system that has failed so completely that we no longer even ask whether a business makes enough to pay its workers. We ask whether customers are going to be decent enough to make up the difference. This two-tiered structure doesn't just fail workers economically, it degrades the entire labor relationship. It tells tipped workers they are worth less than the cook in the kitchen, less than the person at the register, less than anyone whose industry wasn't carved out of federal wage law. There is no principle reason for that distinction. This is a system that only benefits employers and calls it culture. Tipping should be what it once was, a genuine voluntary expression of gratitude for exceptional service, not a survival mechanism, not a wage supplement, not a guilt tax on a tablet screen before your coffee is even made. The path back to that standard runs through legislation that guarantees every American worker in every industry gets a wage they can actually live on. I'll close on the words of the greatest economically progressive president this country has ever seen, whose legacy has been systematically dismantled by the neoliberal consensus that took hold after Ronald Reagan rewrote the rules of American economic life. It seems to me to be equally plain that no business in which for existence on paying less than a living wage to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By business, I mean the whole of commerce as well as the whole of industry. By workers, I mean all workers, the white collar class, as well as the men in overalls. And by living wage, I mean the bare sustenance level. I mean the wages of a decent living. This principle from FDR has not aged. The question before the audience is whether we are willing to act on it.
All right. And if I'm keeping track, I do believe that Ghosty is going to be doing the cross-examination here. Ma'am, this is 3 minutes on the clock for you to control. You ask questions, poke holes, set up arguments. It's your time to control at the end of the day, though. So I'll start up when you start to talk. You are muted.
Thank you. All right. So, who typically makes more money? A cashier at a grocery store or a bartender?
Typically speaking, the bartender.
Right. And that's going to be because of tipping, correct?
Yes, but it also depends on traffic. If the bar's not very popular, then their wages are mostly going to come from their employer, and they're also not going to make as much as the person at the grocery store.
Maybe. Typically, though, you can make a career out of being a bartender or a hairdresser or a waitress, more so than working at a grocery store and get paid more without even having a degree, right?
Yeah, but do bartenders typically get paid the half minimum wage that servers do?
I
My-
believe so, or
I
maybe.
I believe generally speaking,
Okay.
bartenders get paid minimum wage plus tips.
Okay, so even if they did get paid minimum wage, though, the tipping culture would still allow them to make a lot more money to the point where they can buy a house, make it literally their career, and sometimes only work weekends. So they're working less hours than at a grocery store, but making more money because of tipping culture.
Yeah, but
Do you disagree?
the reason why that works with certain jobs is like bartenders, baristas, and stuff like that, right? Is because they get paid minimum wage plus tips. So tips are actually a supplemental income. They don't get their income cut in half like with what servers do.
So without tipping culture, we would basically be making bartenders really not be able to bartend and have a livable wage because most of them only work on weekends, and they would be making.
Well, we're not saying that we should get rid of tipping in general or people shouldn't tip. We're saying that we need to get rid of the tipping culture that incentivizes people to only tip. And where tipping is the primary source of people's wage. The problem with tipping culture is the fact that with like DoorDash drivers or servers, things like that, the primary source of your wage is the tips that you get. It's not the actual base pay, unless you're in California or New York, who have actually done what we're talking about and gotten rid of these things and require for companies to actually pay the a decent wage up front, and then they get tips on top of that. That's fine.
Oh god, he's roboting. I can't hear anything. Fuck.
Well, it was
think
pretty much the end of the time anyway. So
Well, you're
can
You're
you
kind
can
of-
you hear us?
you're kind of back. You're still roboting though. I missed
If you need to leave
last
again,
30.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you need
I'm
to leave
sorry.
again and
I
come
don't know.
back up. Nope. I'll put 30
It was
seconds back on
working
the
fine
clock.
until I just came up, of course. Hold on one second.
Do you remember the last question that she asked, Vigilante? Are you able to re-ask it? Or
Yeah, I
re-answer it?
remember
I mean,
Yeah.
all right.
So,
Wow. Okay. Are you going to leave and come back? All right, cool. Sorry, audience. Sometimes technical difficulties happen. Bear with us a few moments, please. I hear it's like some chocolates. There we go. All right. And can you hear us now, ma'am?
yes, of course, it
All
was
right,
working
so-
totally fine until I got up here. It's so
No worries.
Okay.
No worries. I put 30 seconds back on the clock. Vigilante remembers the answer to the question that you had asked. So he's just going to go ahead and pick up from the answer.
okay.
Yeah. So specifically, the reason why this works with bartenders, right, is because they generally speaking get paid an actual wage on top of the tips. So the average bartender in the U.S. makes about $16 an hour. So because of the fact that they get the actual wage plus tips is what makes it where they can actually make a life off of being a bartender. That's the difference here. Not the fact that these they the tipping in general is a thing. It's the fact that servers specifically, DoorDash drivers and other gig workers and stuff don't get an actual living wage unless you're outside in California or New York. There in a couple other states, I think, where it's the base wage plus tips. That system is fine. It's specifically the issue with tipping culture is the fact that we allow a lot of different things like gig work and servers to specifically basically cuck the workers and say all of your income comes from the consumer. That's the problem with it.
All right. And now 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you, ma'am. This is your uninterrupted opening. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. It would be great if all these companies could pay a base wage and then on top of it include tipping. One, I want to point out that really doesn't have anything to do with tipping culture. That has more to do with the businesses not wanting to pay a flat wage for their workers. Also, the problem with that is that people tip more because they know that waiters and waitresses don't make minimum wage, and the minimum wage for them is like $2.65 or something. So people will tip less if there was a law saying that waiters and waitresses are supposed to make minimum wage and then you're supposed to tip on top of it. Also, the solution to that would be to raise prices on food in order to give or products in order to give the service workers a minimum wage or a flat wage. And we know that this is going to mostly benefit the business and not the workers themselves. If you make a career out of being a service worker or a bartender, you can make $100 an hour, and you can work less hours than working a minimum or a flat wage job. And this is really important for people who don't have degrees, which are usually people who go into these jobs. So if you can make a career out of your skill, this is when tipping culture is actually a really good thing. It incentivizes higher skilled workers, it incentivizes good work, and it allows customers to reward and show appreciation for their work, especially in something with like hairdressing, where every hairstyle and haircut is going to be different and completely personalized. This also works with artists or somebody who works close with you, like a pet sitter or a babysitter, someone nannying your kids. Tipping culture allows these people to make a career out of their skill. The next biggest complaint I've heard against tipping culture is that companies are requesting tips for like non-service items. So like tipping Uber Eats, tipping a restaurant that you order Uber Eats from, tipping for fast food, tipping for an online purchase. And again, all of this is optional. No one's forcing you. And the good thing is, like, if you want to support that business and you have extra money, provide a tip. I think that's a great thing. I think it incentivizes good service. Hold on, sorry, I kind of wrote a long thing. I don't have a lot of time left. The people complaining about tips are always the tippers, not the ones receiving tips. If you feel guilted into tipping, that's kind of a you problem. And lastly, Matt Walsh called tipping non-American, leading me to believe tipping culture is actually extremely American.
All right. And now if I'm keeping track at home, I believe Groofus, you're going to be doing the cross-examination here. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
All right, you said raising the base wage doesn't necessarily have much to do with tipping. So if every tipped worker had a great base wage tomorrow, would tipping culture itself, the guilt, the social pressure, the ambiguity about what's happening and what's being paid for still be the problem in review, or would it disappear?
Well, first of all, I don't think shaming people for not tipping specifically waiters and waitresses is a bad thing. It is, and maybe my team members disagree with me, but I do personally agree with that. If you don't have money to tip, you don't have money to go out to eat, unless they are getting maybe a minimum wage. But it is a service, so like I do believe in tipping, and that's why I think tipping is a good thing. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You called, requests for non-service items optional, right? When a screen at a checkout defaults to 20% option, and you have to actively search for a way to opt out or enter 0. In what sense is that meaningfully different from the obligation I described in my opening, just applied somewhere else?
There's always an option for no tip, or there's an option for customize where you can put in a dollar amount. I've gone to Starbucks a good amount in my life. I'm not like a crazy Starbucks guru or anything, but I don't think I've ever tipped at Starbucks. Now, in my I'm 30 now, I have like a little bit more stable money, and I go to a local small business coffee shop. I do like to tip them because they provide great coffee. I like know the people in there, and I don't mind tipping them. But I've never personally felt pressured by a screen to tip.
Okay. Do you think current tipping culture is fair to workers in general?
I think it benefits workers, yes.
Okay. And so in that vein, do you think that tipping culture as it currently works should remain, or should it change?
I think it should remain. Again, like I would love it if companies paid their workers more. I think raising the minimum wage for really, I mean, everyone, but also for waiters and waitresses from 265 to a higher wage, I'm for that. But again, tipping is what allows them to actually make a career and have like a stable money off of a skill without a degree. That's because of tipping.
All right. I'll go ahead and end my cross there.
Right on. All right, so that concludes all of our, I believe, yeah, that was everybody. That was everybody's openings and cross examinations. So we're going to go ahead and go into the championship rounds now. I am just. I'm trying to put these into an order, but it looks to me like this is nice and convenient since it's already pulled up. Groofus, you're going to go ahead and stay up here. You and Loodle
okay.
are going to start us off for 10 minutes. This is open forum conversation. You guys just go ahead and talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be listening. So start it up.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Sure. Yeah. So I define tipping culture is the contemporary American social norm in which gratuities are formally voluntary but socially expected, and where those gratuities often function as part of a worker's expected compensation. No, I'm not super well versed in U.S. law code. Yeah, go ahead. Right. And no, I see what you're meaning. I was just more so using them interchangeably because I couldn't really think of another synonym. Sure. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So, and to my knowledge, you are required, a restaurant's required to disclose this upfront, or Yep. Right. It's right. So I don't necessarily think this. I would say this system would be preferable over the current system because my whole case is really been that it's kind of manipulative to say this is the price. This is the price. It's manipulative to say this is the price on the menu, and but then fully expect some sort of voluntary interaction beforehand. Versus if you have a gratuity, right? If you have a gratuity on the menu, it's stated upfront. It's whether it's a percentage or honestly, preferably just be an increase in the price. But regardless of which, it's upfront. It's upfront. It's more honest. And I know I'm saying or I'm saying as in or have a gratuity, or you just do away with the gratuities and just increase the price. I'm saying an as an or. I'm not saying. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And for what it's worth, I have much less of an issue with a system or a restaurant or whatever tipping system or whichever sorry establishment or firm. If they were to use that system primarily, I would have much less of an issue with this whole thing. Mhm. Sure. Right. Sure. Yeah, no, and right, and I'm saying no, it's just I'm saying I think it would be better if gratuities were just applied to every table. Just take it further and replace tips. Um, I sure, sure. Yes. Hmm. I would no, no. I'm not. I'm fine in this instance. Tips would be fine because it's no. It's you. They're already getting at that point. They're also not getting. They're like, at that point. They're not relying on it, right? That's a part of both testes and Vigis point. And I right and right and this kind of you kind of bring up my point I wanted to get up at some point during this, which is I don't think empirically that most people or most servers tips and whatnot are really paid based off of their off how good they serve. They are paid based off of their appearance or how's the size of the table, right? And I have empirics for this. I have two of them. I go ahead. No, no, no. I'm not. I'm just. I'm using this more as a response to some other points that both you made in your opening and also Ghosty and Lethe made in their opening. I'm not necessarily making this a central point of my argument. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. And I mean, I would agree. That's currently how the system works, of course.
All right. All right. Cheers. So, next up, we are going to Testy and Ghosty. We're going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock for you guys. You can pick up the conversation where they left off, take it a completely different direction. It's yours to do as you see fit.
Sure. So, I mean, did you have any comments? I think the distinction between gratuity and tip is fine. One thing I may throw in there, I don't know if you agree with this, Ghosty, but would you say that more colloquially, not talking legally here, do you think that there's a little bit of a conflation in people's minds when they see gratuity versus a tip, or do you think that like people separate those two things pretty well in their mind?
There is probably conflation.
Okay. Would you say that that's like, let's say that instead of saying gratuity on the receipt, if it just said service charge or obligatory charge, something, do you think that would help maybe change that perception so people don't sort of, make that conflation?
Uh, I mean, what's the difference? Just calling it something different,
Well,
or
yeah, essentially. I mean, because I would say, at least on the softer side of things, you know, I think this could be an example when we're saying we're resisting tipping culture more broadly. I would say that calling it something and defining it, it does have to be, I think Little said, on either on the menu, I know on the receipt, in some way they are supposed to signal. Anecdotally, I have been in a position before where this was not disclosed, and so tips are sometimes provided on top of a gratuity in some cases. But you could, that's a one-off. I'm not going to use that here as an example. But if you, I guess if you agree that there can be some conflation, or if the average person doesn't necessarily know the difference, that maybe making that more clear could be beneficial.
I mean, is that supposed to make people feel less manipulated? Is that your argument, or?
When you say less manipulated, I mean, I suppose so. I mean, if we're talking about manipulation, sure, like we can leave that just standing. Maybe we can revisit it if that's okay.
Okay.
Uh, sure. So I guess more broadly, like let's say the ideal, right? We're talking about the ideal that a tip is a reflection of service that is beyond the ordinary, right? Kind of above and beyond. I think in
Mm,
your opening, you you did mention it is sort of a supplementary. You said servers don't really make wages, and I think you tied that with, kind of the classic line of if you can't afford to go out and eat, like stay at home type of thing, right?
yes.
So
Oh, if
so
you can't
would you
afford to tip, you can't afford to go out and eat,
sure, sure. So do
which
you
is a
think that
privilege, right?
yeah, no, fair enough. Do you think that it is the customer's responsibility or the employer's responsibility to make up any sort of shortfall in those wages?
So I agree. Again, I agree that it would be great if employers paid better wages and raised the minimum wage for waiters and waitresses, since it hasn't been raised like literally ever since it was put into place. I think that would be a great thing. Um, but the data shows that people tip more knowing that their service workers aren't getting paid that much. So if all of a sudden restaurant workers now get paid minimum wage, overall in the end, based on the data, they're going to end up bringing home less money than they would have before. So like sure it sounds great in practice, but in reality, I don't think it's going to end up benefiting the service workers. Also, again, it doesn't really have to do with tipping culture. That's more of a how businesses run. So, but
Well, within this specific industry, I would agree. Like tipping is not really part of like, for example, if somebody were to, like, so let's say a car mechanic, they're undeniably offering you a service, right? Changing your tire, maybe changing your oil, but socially that you don't tip in a lot of different things where services are provided, right? So it is kind of specific to a handful of industries when we talk about service. Is that fair?
yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. So, um, I would say that when it's baked in, I guess, in this way, um, let's say that you can easily imagine this hypothetical. There's a restaurant that the business is just not so hot that day, right? So nobody is coming in. There are no customers. I mean, in this regard, I agree with you. It's sort of, it would be great if the employer were to pay a minimum wage, and then sort of anything made on top of that would be, I would say, more beneficial to the server. But it's a little bit of a crapshoot. I don't know if you'd agree, but like maybe it'll be super busy on like Friday, Saturday, Sundays. So like those are the shifts everybody wants, right? Everybody's out for the weekend.
Yeah.
That's kind of the prime time. But maybe you're working during the week. You're probably so it's extremely inconsistent as opposed to having that reliability of having I guess a base wage. I'm not trying to gish gallop or anything, but just on the point you made about I think you said you had some empirics on wages. So like let's just say as a hypothetical, let's say we're going to bake the cost of tips into the cost of service. So now your burger, instead of costing, $10, and now it costs $20. Do you think that that's like a suitable solution in saying that, hey, we're going to pay the workers a base wage. You still have the option of tipping. Nothing is against that, but there's no expectation. Like there's no obligation. There never has been. But now you know for a fact that the workers don't have to rely on tipping. Would that be a
Right.
preferred system?
No, because again, people, based on the data, it shows that people tip more when they know that people aren't making a minimum or a flat wage. So the reason that so many people can make a career out of being a waiter is because of tipping and tipping culture, even though they only made technically like $3 an hour. So if they were to start making minimum wage, people are going to start tipping a lot less and ultimately bring home less money. So it doesn't actually, in the end up benefiting the service worker.
So I mean, I'm not sure exactly where you're getting a source from, or that particular source from. I do have a source here. This is a study that they did in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, where I believe they looked at a number of restaurants here, and they raised the minimum wage. I will post this. I'll send this to Horse, and I will post it in the chat. But they looked at they had raised the minimum wage, and they saw that it didn't have, I guess, these sort of deleterious effects on the workers' wages. So and this is not
Probably because
this
people
is,
don't know about. Probably people don't realize that they actually got their wages raised. That's most likely why.
Sure, I guess to get to the heart of it, I think what you're saying highlights a very real tension and like a very real issue is that if people are more charitable or people are more empathetic because they think in the back of their head they have this understanding that these workers are not making a quote unquote fair wage. I'm using that, you could say it's a bit of a loaded term, but if they're not making a quote unquote fair wage, say it's below minimum, then would you at least agree that that is in some way a manipulation, or that it creates some sort of social obligation to tip regardless of service?
It does create a social obligation. But again, I don't think that's a bad thing because it does benefit the workers. I personally would rather, because the only solution to that is, again, okay, giving these workers a flat wage and then raising the prices on the food or the products. But we know, like, when companies make more money, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to give it to their workers. So in the end, it just makes the business profit more and the workers profiting less. I would rather pay my service worker more like a tip than it just going to the overall company.
Well, so tips aren't even necessarily diplomatic. I mean, Vigi brought up the point of bartenders, but let's say the cooks, right? Like they generally will get like a flat wage. So there is a scenario where you could give amazing service, but let's say your food is slightly undercooked or something is off with your drink or whatever it may be. You would be affected for something that had nothing to do with you. And so I would say that it's actually quite unfair to place on the worker, regardless of, I think, the issue that you're sort of at the whim of the customer, because I would agree with you. I think that they are relying on tips to supplement their just being able to live and maybe pay rent or buy groceries, whatever it might be. And so it does create, I would say, this
Oh
perverse
yes, the
incentive that they
unmuting.
have
Hey,
to
you
be
two peoples.
somewhat
Thank you,
performative.
Chipingo.
And
The whole thing
I
he's
mean, I
got.
guess
Well,
Oh,
they're at work,
I
speaking
give
of
commentary too. That's
Sure,
why
they're
I
at
just bring
work.
you
They
as my
kind of
boy.
should be.
Sure, there's a
So
performativity
the
to
whole
work,
point about
especially in
it,
the
though,
service
right? The
industry.
whole issue is
I am
that
mixing two things together, but I guess just on the
yeah, you
original
shouldn't
point.
mix two things together. The whole point is
Yeah,
right.
so I guess
Is that
why, because tips are
they're
shared
arguing at the
generally
same
amongst
time
the
the
cooks or the
knowledge
bartenders, or
of the
most
serve
businesses
of the
sort of have
people
that structure, right?
frequenting the
So
restaurant,
why would
right?
it be
Can't
fair for
include
only the
knowing they can choose
servers
no
to, I
tip
guess,
on the
face
thing.
this
At the same time,
this
they're
wage
also somehow
supplementation,
in the
whereas the
all-powerful
cooks and the
knowledge of the
bartenders are
exact
entitled
wage
to
and
like a
wage
base wage
distribution of
or
every server and
possibly a higher
bartender
wage.
who's actually
Well, like you
there.
said, they're sharing it, right? So if
Right.
the
So
cooks
like this
mess
is
up and people
completely
tip less,
incoherent.
then ultimately that's going to affect them too,
Right,
right?
but you sort of understand that how much
Props to
control they have over that process.
Chappie.
It's kind of at the whim of the person either providing or not providing a tip. And certainly you've been in a situation where somebody may provide great service and what you think is a fair tip, they might think, oh, this kind of sucks. It's like tough shit, in that particular
Mhm.
circumstance. Or there could be times, and I would say, to the social obligation aspect, times where service has not been above and beyond. It's been either standard or maybe even subpar.
So
And I
don't tip
also
them.
have that same recognition that you do, that
Well, then you agree with
I'm not a
tipping culture then.
sociopath.
Well,
Unless
oh.
they spill a
So,
drink on
so
me
to
or they're
project
extremely
American
rude,
tipping culture, you have
I'm
to be a
probably going to
sociopath?
leave some kind of tip. Like that is sort of baked in, right? So is that a fair assessment?
That was a
Sure, but like
snowball.
again,
That was a
yes,
snowball
that can
job.
happen. People can tip unfairly, or people can tip more than maybe the person deserved. But overall, the tipping culture, this is why people pick
The whole point
waitressing
is
jobs
the
and bartending
agency.
jobs
The
over
agency is
a
on the
minimum wage
customer.
job at a grocery store. You
If
get
you
to
want to
work
go out
less
there
hours
and
and
be
you
a
get to
waitress
make
or a
more
bartender
money
and show a
in
little
general.
boob or whatever,
So,
you can
like,
get more
sure, there might
tips.
be a one-off of a couple people not tipping their fair share, but it seems ultimately it works
Okale,
out
you're
for,
right.
for most of
100%
these
Okale.
people who can
Uh,
make a livable
Like you have to
money off
literally
of
like
it.
not
and
have
I think
like
we
I
might
ordered
be
a
out of
salad with
time there,
ranch. I
Horse. If I
came, it
could
was
just get
smothered
one
in blue
final
cheese. I'm allergic to that.
line in there, or
That would work, right?
you're
Yeah.
muted.
No, absolutely.
I will. I don't want to go over. If
Go ahead.
it's,
No, it's
okay.
fine.
Sure. So I think descriptively, I agree with you on sort of what we've both highlighted. I think at least I've hopefully highlighted I guess what I would call a perverse incentive, and I think that the onus should be much more
Perverse
higher on
incentive
the
to pay
employer,
your employees
rather
this.
than
Whoa.
relying, I guess, on the whim of the customer at the end of the day. That would be my
And-
preference, but yeah.
And again, I agree with that, but
Shapiro,
that doesn't
exactly
really have
right.
much to do with
Go
tipping culture.
F
It has to
yourself.
do with
Good job. Good
how
job, girl.
restaurants are paying their employees.
Good job, girl.
Now, our final championship round, if you guys are keeping track at home, is of course two dudes who sword fight all the time, Vigilante and Lethe Water Kai. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. 10 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and get after it, gents.
Vigi, I gotta ask, who is this they that you're talking about that is critiquing people's tipping, and why should we care what they're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we can literally just search tip on social media and see hundreds
That's
of posts
not an
of
answer.
people fucking bitching that they didn't get tipped, whether it's a server, whether it's a DoorDash driver.
Is that
It
even
happens
real?
all the
That's
time.
fucking fake half
And you
the
mean to
time.
tell me that these people weren't feeling that way, but now all of a sudden, because we have social media, now we see what was on their mind? There's a bunch of dumb opinions out there. You know what they say about
No, they were absolutely feeling
opinions?
that way. That's part of the problem is
They can also
the
fake that for
societal
engagement.
expectation to tip that is
Like that
caused
girl who went
by
to
the
that
tipping
the
culture that we have,
DoorDash
where
girl
people
who went
aren't
to the
paid
guy in New
properly
York's house,
in
right?
order to
And like
actually be able
walked
to
in his
live
front
off of
door
the income that
and
they
took
make.
pictures of him lying
And
there
how
naked because he
many of
passed
these
out on
people
his
are
freaking
not
couch,
providing a
and then
service
tried to
worthy
sue
of
him for
tipping?
sexual harassment, and she got indicted, and she
There's
got
no
paid
way to
harassment
measure that,
charges.
unfortunately.
No
You
tip,
can say
not
that
even a
it's
little bit.
all of
tip.
them,
No tip.
or we could say that it's none of them. It's kind of an opinion thing.
I'm
That's
pretty
what
sure
the
the woman
point of
that
tip
ended
is.
up opening the door on the guy that wasn't wearing pants
There
when
was, I
the
called
delivery
it, she
dropped was
called it.
probably pissed off that she didn't get a tip.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like,
probably.
literally, most of these people that are complaining in this way probably never deserved a tip to begin with, because the people that are doing a good service are more than likely being tipped and getting basically given fair wages or fair money for what they're doing.
Well,
Yeah, but that's subjective, right? So we can actually
it's
look at
not
the
subjective.
statistics.
It's
So let's
objective.
take
Okay, stop,
let's take
stop,
New York,
okay.
right?
Nah.
They did the
New York has a $30
thing with gig
minimum wage in free
workers,
grocery stores. What are
where
you talking about?
they set the minimum
Okay,
wage
the whole
or
point
like the
here
base
being,
pay
right, people,
legislatively
is that
of gig workers to $15
there
an
is
hour, right?
a
Do you think this
law,
increased
the
or decreased their
FLSA,
wages?
right? In 38 it was passed.
Probably
it came up and
decreased.
were updated in the 40s and
Well,
96
it actually
and
increased their wages
$2012.
$5. We
And
have
so the
studies
whole
on
issue
this.
is that
Their average
here's the fair
wage
wage.
before that was about
If your
$11
tips
an hour.
don't meet the fair wage, then
And
the
then after
business
that,
has to compensate you.
it is $19
This
an hour.
fair wage
hour
argument
now.
is a red
So
herring and
adding
also
an
stupid
increased
as hell.
base wage plus tips actually increases the amount of money people make.
So
Yes,
I'm not going to
tips
argue that
increase.
people shouldn't get higher base wages. I still say that people tipping is something that is good for incentivizing good service. There's no reason to resist giving people tips for doing something good. And like, I got to ask,
Yeah, well,
how
our,
many of these people
our
do you
mechanism
think-
of resistance. Well, hold on, we're not the mechanism of resistance that we're talking about here, that we're specifically using, isn't just
tip.
don't be.
No
It's not
tip.
be a dick and not
No
tip
tip.
people. It's advocate for legislation, specifically legislation
You're
that
reinforcing your own freaking
is
contradiction. I'm going to critique you on the
adding
closing.
a livable
Oh.
base wage on top, and then you get tips
You
on top
are
of that.
socially
That's the
shaming
mechanism
people for
of
the same
resistance
thing
we're
you're
going for
accusing
here.
them of social shaming others for. Oh my
How is
God.
that resistance in any way? Like, literally everybody should be paid more. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you with the idea that wages have not kept up with cost of living. This is about tipping and the culture of tipping. This is completely separate from what you're talking about.
Exactly.
And so, like, for
No,
the people
so
that aren't receiving
advocating,
tips and
hold on.
complaining,
You asked a question.
No, he
Hold
didn't.
on.
He made a
So
statement.
advocating for legislation is resistance, correct?
No.
Sorry, one more time.
Advocating for legislation is a form of resistance, correct?
No, it's not.
No. Thank you. Thank you.
So was advocating for the Civil Rights Act not a
Oh,
form of
that's
resistance?
that's a false dichotomy. Fuck you. No way.
I don't see where it is in regards to tipping.
Yeah, false.
No, you just said that advocating for legislation is not a form of resistance. So was advocating for the Civil Rights Act not a form of resisting the Jim Crow laws?
No, it's
literally
not.
the protesting and
Was
everything
against
else
the
was the
mistreatment of
resistance
black
itself,
people,
but
not
advocating
against the civil
just for
rights laws.
legislation
Yes,
for
the
civil rights
protesting was
is not in itself.
the protesting was the
resistance.
advocacy.
No.
The protesting was the advocacy.
No, it was not the
We have
advocacy.
advocacy groups for
No.
setting the base wage to a livable wage.
What is the little wage?
Like
Okay, screw that
what the
shit up.
One Fair Wage group.
Which is what?
We have groups that are going out and doing these things and putting these things on the ballot. That is active advocacy.
No, it's
That
not.
is a
It's
form of
policy
resistance.
proposal. It is a policy proposal.
See, the resistance is the
Good job.
protesting. The actual legislation or even asking for legislation is not resistance. You're conflating the two. But back to my point.
No,
When you're looking at this situation
Hammer.
where people don't feel like they're getting the tips they should receive, are those people maybe not built for the service industry or to be doing what they're doing?
not necessarily, because
Not
whether or not
necessarily.
you're getting tips
What?
is it's a subjective thing. Whether or not you're actually doing a good job is subjective to the person doing it,
Who
and
has the
it's not
agency to tip you?
necessarily
The person who decided to do a good job
whether or
is
not
to
you get
tip
tipped
you.
isn't necessarily a representation of whether or not you're doing a good job, because of the social pressures to tip regardless.
So they should be compelled
So
under
just because
government
there's social
mandate, under
pressures,
force
all of a
of
sudden it's
law,
a cultural
to tip
thing.
you
Like,
more.
this isn't
even if
really
you're
the
a
case.
shitty
Like
server?
maybe the case may be
That's
that
what we're talking about when we
people
talk about
aren't
tipping
getting-
culture. Is the societal
You
pressures
already
to
said
tip
that wasn't
regardless of
tipping
whether or
culture.
not you're
You already
getting
said that
good
that
service.
falls down to the definition
Tipping
of
is not a
culture.
bad thing. Having the ability to tip or that we should tip is not a bad thing. The fact is the societal pressures that come with the tipping culture
From
that we have, where
Instagram,
people aren't paid
bruh.
enough of a wage in order to actually survive, creates
are
the
two
culture
levels there.
where people are shamed for not tipping, and that is the problem.
this is wild. So
It is
like
wild.
if you go to
It's
7-Eleven, there's a
beyond
guy
wild.
outside asking you for
Change,
whatever
bro.
spare change you have. Is this all of a sudden a massive social pressure?
You goddamn right it is.
No, he didn't.
He didn't what?
There's no
He
social
didn't
pressure
what?
to help the homeless. We actually typically advocate the
Oh, so
societal
you
thing right now,
advocate. So it's social
unfortunately, is to
pressure,
just
like you
throw
just
the
said.
homeless in jail.
What?
So like that's exactly what I'm saying. You are not
Exactly.
in any way being pressured to do something in the sense that there's actually a consequence for you doing it or not doing it. We
So
all receive the
Catholic
benefit,
churches-
like if you give some money to
Catholic
the homeless
churches
guy,
who say you need
or
to
if
know
you tip your
moral sins,
server
your venial
well,
sins, and
you're
confess them,
incentivizing
are
one thing
socially
or another.
pressuring you.
In no way is this
to
like
not
a pressure
sin?
that you
No.
have to succumb
Yeah,
to. We have
there's a
personal agency.
massive difference here, right? There's no societal pressure to help the homeless. There's a societal pressure
There's no societal
to
pressure.
tip
Half
people
our
because
fucking
if
tax
you
dollars
don't,
are
you're
to
going
hold
to
the
get
homeless.
flamed
What
on
are you
social media
talking
for it.
about?
Oh no, I'm gonna get flamed on social media. Why should I
Flame it.
care? Are they feeding me? Are they bringing my food to my table? Like, why do I
Plus,
care
the
about their
homeless
opinions?
don't usually have big
They're
social
like
media
assholes.
accounts.
Everybody
by the
has
way.
one.
I'm just like you. I don't give a fuck whether I don't give a fuck about
Well,
other
then
people's
stop
opinions, but a lot of
talking.
people fucking do.
Fuck
That's the
me.
reason why we have the societal pressure around tipping.
That's
I
not
don't
the
feel
reason.
that from a lot of people. They may feel that way, but all the same, none of this has changed. The tipping culture has always been the same, and you tend to want to tip people that do good work, or at least adequate work. If they're doing poor work, they need to change their business.
That's
get better.
not the reason why the majority of people
So you
tip.
made up a
It's
bunch of
because
bullshit
we
reasons that
feel
nobody
bad for them
understands, and you can't even
because they're not actually
articulate.
getting paid a decent wage.
I've never tipped anyone feeling bad for them because they don't have a living wage.
That's 'cause
I
you're a
tip
good
people
person.
because they're good workers. I tip the guy that when I go to the curry place, 'cause he's the only guy in the back and he's a small shop owner. Of course, I want to tip the dude. I feel like he's doing something great and I want his business to survive. I don't think
Yeah, I
this
mean,
is
what-
a bad
what-
thing.
what
I
was the
think it
stati-
should be. Go
What
ahead.
was the statistics that the person that Ghosty brought up on your side? That people tip more whenever they don't feel like people are getting a proper wage. That is evidence to what I'm saying.
No, it's
when
not.
we talk
A
about
social media campaign is
that
not
people
equivalent. No,
not
individual-
getting
okay,
paid
here we go. I
decent
got
enough
this. Don't worry.
makes
Fuck
people
me.
feel like they have to tip more. That
No!
shows that the tipping culture
You can't be inside
pushes
people's
people
minds.
to
This is
feel like
guy-
they have to put tip
This guy
more
wants to
in
make
order to
fucking
supplement people's
1984
wages.
real. This guy's
Bro,
about
that's
to
just
fucking
being human.
fuck
Like
Big
if you
Brother.
see another
Exactly.
human struggling and know that you want to help them, but also they did something good, yeah, that's why you're going to tip them more. If you know that they don't have a living wage and they're not making much money and they give you bad
But
service,
how
what are you
would
going
you
to do?
know that unless you know the legislation and nobody in the opponent side
I'm
actually
going
knows the
to tip them a
legislation?
lesser amount. I'm still going to tip them probably like
You're still most
10 to
people won't.
15%.
And you're not
Most
socially
people won't
shamed
tip
in the tip.
So you're one of the good ones in that
why don't you
instance.
tip 30%?
But most people just wouldn't tip if they get
If
bad
there's
service.
so much
Like
social
if you got a
shame
French
about
fry in your
tipping that
chili, if
controlling
they
everything,
don't replace
why
things,
don't
if
you
they don't
tip
bring you
30%?
things,
If there's
if
so much
they
social shame
messed
that
up your
everybody has to bend
haircut,
the knee to
you're
you.
more than likely not going to tip them. If you do, are you going to go back later?
Probably not going to go back later, but I'm still going to tip them.
So
10 to
that tip means
15%.
virtually nothing.
Right.
Like literally, if they're doing bad service, you're not going to go back and you're probably going to tip them less. It doesn't matter what their station is in life.
Yeah, the whole problem is the fact that tipping isn't a sign of whether or not you're actually doing good service. It's supplementing somebody's wage.
No, it's not. That
Don't
Warren
necessarily
does
agree
that
with
already.
that.
What are you
Like I said,
talking
all the
about?
same, like what has been said before, like if they don't make enough in
Yeah, I mean, the
tips,
statistics that
they're
were brought up
going
on
to
your own
get
side prove you
paid.
wrong.
Bunch of
though.
statistics are
They're
fake.
going to get the base wage either way.
Yeah, they're going to get the base wage either
So they
way,
get
but
the
also
base
if you make
living
more than
wage
that
either
wage, just so
way.
you know, you actually make less. So if you, that's one of the
No,
reasons
you
why it's
don't.
actually
You make
incentivized
minimum wage.
in when you're are actually a server, it's typically taught to you as a server to not report all of your tips because you actually get paid less from your employer if you report all of your tips.
Yeah.
Basically
What does
shirking
that
the
have to do with
system and trying
anything?
to get the minimum wage and get the tips, which, like I said, I don't have a problem with them making more
Yeah,
money.
it's because of the fact
all
that
the
we
same-
don't actually. It's because of the fact of the way that the server wages are set up. You don't actually get paid a decent wage. It's not the wage plus the
What
tips.
is a
It's
decent wage? $30 an hour, so Fluor has to
little
leave
bit
your
of wage
city
that you
'cause can't
have
do it.
plus tips, and then if you make enough that you're getting minimum wage and then maybe even more on top of those tips, you
I'm
just don't
dedicating
get
the
fucking
rest of
paid.
this show to work my
or maybe
force
people
choke.
just like more money.
My force choke.
Or maybe people just like more money.
not
All right.
working.
That seems
It's
like the
not
perfect
working.
place to land the plane.
Damn it.
All right. Great job, everybody. That is the end of the championship rounds.
All right. Closing time.
We've heard everybody go after everybody. So now we're going to go ahead and go through the closing arguments. One more time, chat. If you guys have any questions, anything that you think didn't get addressed, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. Leafy's already got an answer for his turtle comments earlier. But we'll get to that after the closings. So we're going to go back through in the same order that everybody went already, which means that our first closing is also our first opening. Groofus, 3 minutes is going to be on the clock. Uninterrupted closing, sir. Let us hear your last thoughts.
I'd like to I'd like to end where I started.
Oh,
What I care about tonight is flourishing, whether people can
That wasn't
actually
part of the
trust the
prompt.
things
Jesus.
are presented as they are. Our opponents told us tonight that the current system is fair to workers and that it should remain
We never
exactly
said
as
that.
is.
Nobody ever
I
said
think
that.
that's actually the most useful thing anyone said tonight because it's a real position and it's clearly stated and it's worth taking seriously enough to test. So one of these sources I mentioned earlier is a meta-analysis of restaurant tipping research, Lynn McCall, that found service quality explains about only 1 to 2% of the variation in
So
what
then
people
why do
actually
you
tip,
care?
with bill size attractiveness and customers' mood all predicting it more strongly. A separate study on server earnings found much the same thing. Attractive servers earn more, but the effect didn't hold up even for lunch shifts, only evenings. If that's what
What the fuck does that even
that's
mean?
what we're calling fair, I think the word has stopped meaning what we usually mean it.
Nobody's debating fairness. That doesn't
Tipping
have
survives
anything
by
to do with this.
manipulation, not because
me.
anyone designed it that way, but because it depends on people responding to the expectations nobody's willing to admit out loud. The customer is
but in the
told that they're
quietness and
giving
silence
a
of their
gift
hearts, they
when
have
really
to
they're
admit.
paying a guilt tax. The worker is told they're being rewarded for merit when they're absorbing whatever the wealthier the section or the stranger's mood happens to have produced that night.
So everyone is
Two
being
people at the
lied
same
to.
table being told a story,
Oh,
and the
wow.
story is false to both of them.
What does that
No one
mean?
has to be a villain for any of this to be true either. A manipulation
This is all
doesn't need
new.
to be
You and the
have a
rebuttal,
mastermind
you and the
to be
rebuttal
one.
addressing it.
It just needs people at both ends who've stopped noticing, and a defense of the system as it stands needs the rest of us to keep noticing too. I don't think a flourishing society can afford that.
The fuck's
And
that
also,
mean?
I brought up turtles on the beach earlier for a reason.
Oh,
You're not going to
God
get all of them
damn
back
it.
to the water. You may not even make a dent, but you still throw the ones you've in front of you back in because it's the right thing to do, whether or not
I
anyone's
got
counting.
this.
Consider this my turtle.
If you touch a
And
living
I
turtle,
have
it will
one
never
question
make
I'd
it
like
there
to
because you're
direct specifically
disoriented.
at Lethe.
You have to leave the hands off the turtle for
Why
the
did you
action
do
to
that to
the
those
water.
poor turtles? First Gorp with the Easter Bunny, and now you? For shame. For shame.
That's probably true. What just happened? He just left?
You are
He just,
muted.
He just raged?
You're
Yeah,
muted.
you're muted, horse.
Of course I was. Why wouldn't I be? All right. So yeah. So funny enough, that's the same question that the chat asked as well. So you're going to get the chance to address that here. 3 minutes is going on the clock. Lethe, tell us more about
Rufus
the
also
turtles.
moved himself to the waiting room.
I believe a rising tide raises all turtles, and being able to compensate those
both.
turtles properly for the greatness that they bring into our lives is something we should do. I wouldn't want to drain the well of the turtles because I feel like they're being uppity and they feel like they expect something like Rufus would. This is a horrible, horrible thing to do. But apparently it's on me for caring about the population of the turtles. But in this, I'm going to say that a fair wage is good. I would never argue against a fair wage, but you should also incentivize above and beyond service and even adequate service. For the individuals that were not built for this industry, maybe they won't get good tips and maybe they'll leave that service. Perfectly fine to me. But all the same, we're looking at a situation where people are able to get jobs, where they're able to make money, not go to college, not have trade, but actually get their natural abilities and their natural charisma rewarded by the people that are happy to receive the service that they're getting. I don't see where this should be disincentivized, and I don't think it should be resisted. All the same, we should still be advocating for higher minimum wages and something closer to whatever the wage gap has been in regards to cost of living. These are completely separate issues. Even if we had a cost of living increase that was manageable for anybody with a job to be able to pay for their rent, pay for their goods, I think they should still get reasonable tips. And the magical invisible people out there complaining that they didn't get
No, this
tips
guy's good.
online,
No, I like him. I prepped
it's
him good.
really
But no,
not
this
an
guy's
issue.
good.
Like, why should we care what their opinion is? If you feel that you tipped for good service or didn't tip for bad service, that's on us. And we have the personal agency to vote with our tips on whether or not a business is doing well or doing poorly. I think we should reward businesses that are doing good things. And I think we should help. And if we see that that business is struggling and we want it to be around, we should tip more when we go there. And if we think a business is bad, give them a bad review. Don't tip when you go there, or leave the minimal tip. It's up to you. But we should advocate for our own agency in this and don't feel shamed or any social pressure when it comes down to it. This is a thing that we do because we want to show our appreciation for what is done. There are great service workers out there and they should receive for that. And with that, I end my time.
Homework, buddy.
And next up is going to be you, Testicles. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Sure, I agree with Lethe that that you shouldn't feel pressured or guilty. But the reality of the situation is that we all know what we're talking about. It's almost like this unspoken thing in the room. And even my discussion with Ghosty heavily acknowledged this fact that there is a pressure and an expectation to tip, regardless of service. This is not about going above and beyond. So for our burden, I just kind of want to recenter this. So with the problem being the tipping culture in America should be resisted. So we're not saying, and I don't think anybody would say this, that we said that tipping is a bad thing or that it should be abolished or anything of that nature. So we're talking about the culture, which I admit is a little bit more amorphous, but in the nicest terms possible, sort of what the negative is defending the status quo is that, again, we've acknowledged that it's not extra money for great service. They're defending.
No, we have not established that at all.
Where tipping is expected,
you can't just say that. We proved the
where
opposite.
employers
You son of a
can
bitch.
shirk their own responsibility, where the customers feel pressured to provide a subsidized wage for the workers, and where the workers have to perform pretending to be friendly or patient or just an act of deference
That's
in
the
order to just be able
job.
to make a decent income. That's at the heart of tipping culture, and that's exactly what the problem is.
It's great to bring it out in
So
your
the healthy
fucking
system
closing
would just be
instead of during the
straightforward.
initial.
The
So
employer
no,
pays
come
the
on,
worker,
come on, come on, come on.
customer pays the business, and if somebody wants to leave a little bit of extra money because they genuinely appreciate the service, that's perfectly fine. Nobody's arguing about that. Excuse me.
You're
And we're
excused.
not arguing against kindness.
There's
I think
no
that you should
excuse for
support each
you.
other when you're able to. And we also understand that this is unique in a lot of industries. We've discussed that this doesn't apply to all service industries. You don't tip when you go and get your car changed
You
or your
can.
tire changed on your car. Arguably, that's more important. You may need that to get to your job in
What
the
the
first
fuck
place.
is this argument? Where's that even
Um,
coming from?
So once something is expected and once people are judged for not doing it, and once the workers rely on it to make their wages whole, we shouldn't pretend it's just a harmless personal choice. At that point, tipping is no longer just a bonus; it becomes part of the wage structure
It
and
was
part
since
of the pressure of the
1938.
transaction. It also creates the wrong relationship between people. The customer becomes a temporary judge of the worker's income, and the worker becomes
A
dependent
judge
on the
of the
customer's
income? Are
whim,
you out of
their
your
mood,
mind?
their bias, their sense of obligation. And the employer gets to just stand in the background while everyone else gets to deal with the guilt and the awkwardness and the pressure. That's why it should be resisted. Tipping culture shifts the responsibility away from the employers and puts unfair pressure on customers and makes workers' dignity depend too much on pleasing strangers. A modern economy should not make people smile just so that they can pay their rent. Thank you.
All right. And nope, sorry. Wrong one. Next up is going to be Loodle. Loodle Miss, your turn for uninterrupted closing. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start it up when you start to talk, sir.
So I just want all the intelligent, free-thinking individuals to realize how much of that rebuttal of that closing argument was just fabricated out of thin air. In debate, you don't get to put up new arguments in the 2AC in the closing argument. So that was all brand freaking new. We didn't have a chance to cross them on it. So let's just like the last half of that, throw it out. But let's go to the real deal here, okay? The issue between relations with employees and their workers was made in 1936 by the FSA, right? It was changed in 1996 and 2012. So if you, it's not an employer-based thing. This is a federally, governmentally mandated issue, okay? So it's not about. So it's like, oh well, it helps the employers get off the. No, it doesn't. As my partner very wisely said, no. The federal law mandates that everybody gets a living wage. If you want to argue about what the living wage is between San Francisco, Florida, Philadelphia, that's a state issue. And you admitted that so much in your argumentation. So the whole point is that you can't say tipping culture is bad because people paid $30 an hour in Florida and $15 an hour in Nevada. That's not the point. The point is, whenever it's initiated, whatever the minimum wage is, tips are above and beyond that. And so let's go to the point. It was finally brought up in the closing argument, surprisingly enough. It should have been brought up in the opening argument, but as I was able to get it on cross-examination, right? The whole point here is tipping culture is the culture in which you as the agent, you as the consumer can tip a person who's providing you a service based upon your ability and your financial capacity to tip them based upon the service provided them. If you don't tip them well, it incentivizes the service to improve. If you tip them well, it signifies they did that. There's no employer mandate on that. In fact, if you have a crappy employer who's working their way up, or employee rather, who's working their way up, and they can't do well enough to make minimum wage, then the law of the United States makes the employer compensate them to make them up to minimum wage. So all these arguments about, well, a barista, a bartender, a cook can make way more. No, they don't make way more than the server does. They are all, the server has the potential to make more than they do if they're an excellent server. The federal law mandates that the employer compensate them to the same level if there's any gap left in tips. This whole like two-tier economy, it's just it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Again, the fundamental point here is that tip culture in America, the topic we're debating is that tips are meant to incentivize those who provide above and beyond service, and meant to disincentivize by their withholding those who don't. In America, which is the focus of this prompt, we have a free market economy to some extent, which means that the individual consumers, free from guilt, free from shaming, free from devices, get the tip how they want to. The last thing I want to say real quickly is just to dismantle the argument that was made by my opponent in the previous speech. The idea that somehow the American customer is going to know exactly what wage their server is being paid and feel guilted into tipping that to compensate them, but somehow doesn't know how to hit no tip or custom tip 1%, 2%, $3 is insane. So they want you to hold in your mind these two impossible contradictions, that both the American worker knows exactly how much their server is paid, is going to be guilted into compensating them for the state minimum wages. That's the one hand. And the other hand, if they're faced with a device that says compensate 15%, they're so overwhelmed, they don't know what to do. They say, yes, I'm massa, I'm going to hit it. It's just ludicrous on the start point. I yield my time.
So next up is you, Vigilante. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. Start up when you're ready.
Look, the fact is, people deserve to get paid properly by their employer. Our opponents brought statistics that show that people tip more often when they feel they have to supplement people's wages. It quantifiably shows that there's guilt involved because people don't get paid properly. This is a fact that we can back up with statistics. The thing is, when we talk about tipping, the way that tipping should work is exactly what Loodle said earlier during mine and his conversation. It should work where people are tipping because they feel like they got great service. That is how it in reality ought to work. But that's not how it in reality it does work. Then. Because in reality, people tip more when they feel like the person that is servicing them doesn't get paid enough.
The prompt is an odd. It's how it should work. That's the freaking question, brother.
Yeah. So I brought up the New York bill, right, where they passed the base wage for gig workers. This bill significantly improved the amount of money that gig workers make on average. This proves the idea that bringing people's wages up to a base wage plus tips would decrease their overall wages. It shows that it in fact does actually increase their wages. It just like when me and Ghosty were talking. We were talking about the bartenders, right? The reason why bartenders statistically are more successful is because the money that they make on average before their tips is around $16 an hour throughout the country. The more wages people make on their base wage improves the amount of money that they make. Also, resistance, right? So resist is defined as to exert oneself as to counteract or defeat. Advocating for the legislation, like what we are talking about, is definitionally a mechanism of resistance. We have groups like the one that I mentioned, One Fair Wage. They are currently going around in multiple states, Colorado, Arizona, California, Illinois, Maryland, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, advocating for getting rid of the two-tiered wage system that we currently have, where
that has nothing to do with anything.
Servers and service workers are paid less from a base pay. They're advocating for service workers to get the minimum wage as a base wage and then tips on top of that. This will improve, as we have seen with the New York legislation for gig workers, it will improve and make people earn more money. And that should be the goal. It also will change the culture to where tipping is more focused again on whether or not somebody is providing you good service. It is currently not that, and it should be that.
Does this guy live in an alternate reality?
And last but not least, Ghosty. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, ma'am. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Okay. So, tipping culture does not exploit workers. As Loodle mentioned, and I can't believe I forgot to mention throughout this debate, there is federal law which requires businesses to pay their workers minimum wage if the tips they make do not surpass it.
Give it up.
So tipping culture provides workers to make a career from their skills and allows workers to actually work less hours and make more money than they would at a minimum wage or most flat wage jobs, especially if you don't have a degree. Vigi mentioned bartenders. They don't make a living because they get paid on average $16 an hour. They make a living from tipping culture, again, allowing them to work less hours and make more money. Again, those complaining about
Slay,
tipping are
queen,
always
slay.
the tippers. Most people would rather work a tip job than a minimum wage job. And why is that? Because
no
they make
tax
more
on tips,
money.
too. Nobody mentioned that.
Tipping is also
The
not
down comes a
extremely
34
pressured.
count felon
Pew
and a
Research
pedophile,
found that around 2 in 10 Americans, so 21%, say it's more of a choice, while 29% say it's more of an obligation. The largest share say it depends on the situation, underscoring the lack of single set or rules or expectations.
Any single set
So,
or rule, yeah.
yeah, most people don't actually feel obligated to tip, and they feel it's more situational based. Also, how would people on social media even know if you tipped or not in order to shame you, unless you shared it yourself?
Oh, 20%!
Ultimately, I hope some folks out there consider tipping horseradish tonight for putting this debate and panel together. Thank you very much.
Right. Well, a little bit of gratuitous grift tipping request.
Gratuitous
is
gratuity?
great. Yeah, gratuity would be wonderful. All right, everybody. So that was it. That is all of the closings. That is all of the debate. I'm now going to drop a link into the chat. I'm also going to send it to Ghosty. You are streaming, I assume, over on YouTube. Loodle, are you live on YouTube?
I'm live on YouTube, yes, sir.
All right, fantastic. Then I will message both of y'all the link so you can put it into your own chat. But if you guys have questions, feel free to shoot those at me.
Like the cool kids, me and Ghosty are the cool kids. They don't seem to fit in. Sorry.
No, we just YouTube isn't as cool because you can't do the stream together. Actually,
I know,
so
it sucks.
that's the difference.
We're the uncool kids.
There you go. Yep, you guys are left out of the Twitch stream together. So when I drop it into the chat, anybody who is streaming with us on Twitch gets it automatically in their chat. But I have to go over to YouTube myself and drop it into my chat for the no viewers who are hanging out over there and over in Kick for the other no viewers. There you go. But that's all right. That's why we do this on Twitch.
All of you who have no viewers.
All right, you guys, I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock. That's how long you guys have to vote. And hopefully you guys throw some questions in again. Lethe, you already addressed where the what was it? Where on the doll the turtle touched you. I think that you
I had a turtle
you already addressed that one.
I had a turtle comment actually.
Okay. A troll comment?
No, turtle.
Oh, you had the turtle comment. I don't know. Well, no, the chat asked Lethe.
I know. I'm saying I also have a turtle comment.
I see. Okay, well, hold on. It looks like Salty actually did throw some money in the jar. He does have a question. This is a question for the AF. Would one of you please expand on how the act of resisting the expectation of tipping is not equivalent to an outright refusal to tip, and how said resistance may then put the onus of payment onto the employer where it rightfully sits? I'm going to read that for you guys one more time.
The brilliant human.
I feel like I kind of answered this with my closing, right?
Okay. Okay, do it again.
I don't feel that way.
The word resist is defined as to exert oneself as to counteract or defeat, advocating for legislation to defeat the tipping culture where the servers and stuff are paid less than a lesser minimum wage, right? Where not only are they paid a lesser minimum wage, where if you report all of your tips and you make more than minimum wage with all of those tips, you actually get less from your employer because that's part of the way that the law works. It's not a base flat wage. It's based off of how much tips you get. Advocating to get rid of that,
like he just
gets rid of the tipping culture where it feels like it's mandated to supplement people's wages.
Alternate legislation. That's not part of the freaking definition.
Anybody else on the AF want to add anything to that?
Sorry, somebody's cutting wood outside my house. Hopefully, you can't hear that.
Nope.
I broadly agree with. I agree with what Vigi said. I do think that when we're talking about a cultural change, I've already acknowledged it's a little bit more, I guess, amorphous, but I think that one of the things to highlight as well is the expansion into other industries. So, yeah, sorry, maybe I don't have anything to say.
Griffiths?
Never mind. I got thrown off by this thing outside my house. One sec.
I pretty much agree with Vigi there on
All right.
just on the definitional part.
Sounds good. Hopefully that was a good enough answer for you
Can
there.
I say something? I have
Salty.
a deep problem with that answer.
Sure. Go ahead.
Like, so the
I would
whole
hope
thing-
so.
Well, I mean, exactly, right? The whole thing is that the proprietary definition that was made up by Chief Ball Handler over there and forwarded by Vigi and McGruffus is that resistance requires some sort of legislative authority or legislative opposition. No, it doesn't. The civil rights movement was began by resistance from black churches and white communities who forwarded non-segregation. So I'm saying, no. You put into your definition, it requires legislative opposition that somebody has to propose legislatively.
No, I'm saying the type of I'm saying legislation qualifies as resistance. I gave the dictionary definition. It's the Merriam-Webster definition
That's fine.
of the word resist. You can look it up yourself.
Why did
it is
you
a
stick
dictionary
in
definition.
legislation then? And why did you stick in legislation?
Because
stuck that
the
in yourself.
mechanism of because
Okay,
the
hey,
mechanism
let me ask-
of
Does the Merriam-Webster-
resistance that
Let him
we are
Let him
Sorry.
answer.
Hold on.
Let him
Sorry.
answer.
the mechanism of resistance that we are choosing to go with is pushing for and advocating for legislation. That is a mechanism of resistance definitionally.
I'm so glad you chose that over suicide bombing. Good for you. The other point is that the actual definition of resistance does not include or mention legislation. You add that in post hoc. You know you did. Merriam-Webster
No
does
shit,
not
because
say
it's the mechanism
legislation.
of resistance that we're choosing, dumbass.
Oh, say
Oh,
what?
we're throwing
Ooh.
names around
Fighting
now?
words.
Yeah,
They
fighting
have
words.
the fat
Read,
words.
hey, Vigi,
First-
Vigi, read
first-
me the full Merriam-Webster
First
definition.
insult came from the AF. All right, so I have another question
The
here. while we-
I'll read you
while
the
we wait.
definition
Hold
again.
on.
Okay,
Uh,
it
the-
doesn't
You guys,
include legislature.
y'all have already debated. Y'all have already debated. We're going through the questions and answers.
Oh, sorry.
Y'all could have gotten through all of this in your cross examinations. It's okay.
Bull
We will get
likely.
into this more in the after party. Don't worry. But we're done with the debating at this point. We're just doing Q&A.
All right.
So I want to go around to everybody in the room on both sides of the fence because there are a couple of points I have questions, but there's one that I want to ask everybody. I'm going to set up a story. I will go order my own, let's say, sushi at the restaurant. I go pick it up myself, drive it back to my house. Okay. So I don't have a wait staff. I don't have a delivery person. But when I get there, I swipe my card and it asks me, do I want to tip?
The answer is no.
Do you tip and how much? You
The
first.
question
Testing.
is, oh,
Everybody's getting it. Everybody's getting it. You first, Testing. Do you tip and how much?
So if I understand, you've called in, you've ordered, you go
You
to
called
pick it
in
up.
the order. That's
Right,
right.
right.
You were literally picking it up from them. You were literally just tipping them for handing you your food.
I will generally tip, yeah, maybe about
How much?
10%. About 10%, I would say.
10%
A lower amount
on
than
that.
the standard, like I would if I was sitting down. But yeah, usually 10%.
Wow.
All right.
So you're
Lethe, same story. You walked in, you called in the order, you're grabbing some falafel, they turn the thing around to you, and it says, do you want to tip? You've picked it up, you've done everything. Do you tip and how much?
if I respect the place that I'm going to and I know I'm getting good service, of course I'm going to tip, even if I'm picking it up and I'm not getting somebody bringing me water or anything like that. And I usually tend to tip 15% or more depending on the situation, but also depending on how much I spend at the place. So I may give more if I know I'm putting more on the wait staff and more on the chefs to make my order. And if it comes out quickly and it comes out good, yeah, I may tip more. So it's definitely a good thing.
Okay. I'm going to actually change the question slightly now. Vigilante, I would like it. Let's say you ordered Domino's pizza and you pull up and you walk in and you buy your carry-out pizza. Do you tip for carry-out pizza? If so, how much?
Generally speaking, not for like carry out pizza, no. Just because they're generally actually paid a livable wage. If they were paid the same way that servers were, I would.
But they're not.
All right. Ghosty, you call in an order of pizza, you go pick it up yourself. Do you tip them? And if so, how much?
So for me, in most cases, I don't, unless it's my local pizza place that I literally walk to. It's a block away, and I actually like have built a relationship with the workers in there. And I typically give like $5, maybe.
Good for you.
Couple bucks.
Okay. All right. Rufus, do you tip at Domino's if you're carrying out? If so, how much?
No, I don't like Vijay, I don't tip for walk in, walk out. If it's a sit, I only tip for sit down.
Okay. And Loodle, do you tip at your carry out pizza place?
It's such
If
a
so, how much?
It's such a funny thing that people can just say like, "Oh, we tip this much or that much based upon the carryout." It's almost like it's up to the customer's agency if they want to tip based upon any criteria that they decide. So I will tip upon the criteria. If there's before I was a married man, if there was a super cute girl, I might tip for substitute reasons. The point being is that it's up to the individual agency. So the point in time when you're taking up that there's some mandatory tip thing, all of our opponents have just admitted they wouldn't tip because they're doing the work. That is tipping culture. If you do good service, you get good tips. If you accomplish half the service yourself, you're good.
I think
Yeah, this is argumentation. It's a yes
that was
or
what I said.
no,
It seems
you
like
know?
this seems like argumentation. I
Oh,
was just
sorry.
going to say the same
250.
thing. No, it's all right.
250.
So, what was your answer? Yes or no? Do
Lawyers
you tip?
going lawyer.
Yes, 250.
Right,
Yeah, lawyer gonna lawyer. The answer
Do
is
you
yes.
tip when you carry out pizza?
Yes, 250.
Depending.
250.
All right.
Sounds like a social
All right.
obligation.
All right.
Sounds like a Loch Ness monster.
Let me show you my social obligation.
Okay. Wow. Just like that. All right.
After
So
party
yes, I
time.
did actually ask that question for that reason. I apologize, but I'm guilty of swaying the audience or giving you the opportunity to. So another question. You guys were talking, and I don't remember who it was that asked this or who brought it up, and I'm not sure if it got said. But in most places, I've worked in several bars, some with restaurants. The bar staff does not make any more. Like if you're in a state where the wait staff is getting tipped or is getting paid service industry wages, right? I think in Texas it was like $2.15 an hour. If you're in a place where they are getting paid that, so is anybody else who works for tips. So the bartender's making the same. But generally what happened in the bars that I worked at is the bartenders who made a shit ton more money would tip out the kitchen, would
Yes.
tip out the security guards, would tip out sometimes depending on who made the most money, the waitresses would tip out the bar, and then the bar would tip the tip system goes to everybody. So even the guy in the kitchen is making some money. I also heard somebody say though that if the server, like the server being bad at being a server, will punish the kitchen unfairly. But the same thing, my question now, and we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to bump around to each of y'all just for a real quick question. You have great service, but the food is ass and it did not come out the way you ordered it. I say it's great service. You don't know if she put in the order wrong or if he just didn't hear you or if your waiter or waitress is different. If they suck, you don't know, but they were nice to you every time. Your drink was full and they kept coming back and apologizing, but your food was fucked from day one.
I like a full
Are
drink.
you going to tip? Are you going to hold that against the wait staff? You first, Testy. Yes or no?
Generally speaking, if the food is essentially inedible, like they really, screwed the pooch on it, that would affect my tip. I would still tip, but it would probably be a lower tip, even though I am acknowledging that it is not at the feet of the server.
Okay.
It's the cohesive
Same.
experience, right? Yeah.
Yep. Same question to you, Lethe. Service seemed like it was great. The wait staff was all nice, but the order was wrong. The food was bad, undercooked. Do you tip? Do you tip as much?
So usually in this instance, and it's happened pretty often, I'll slide something special to the server themselves because I know it's not their fault and they shouldn't be punished for that. But it should also disincentivize them keeping the bad cooks, the bad actors that made the service bad. So it wasn't on this server. You should incentivize that server getting what they deserve, but also disincentivize them keeping the individuals that ruined your service.
All right, fair. And Vigi, food's ass, service is great. Does it affect your tip then?
No, not really. It's still partially based off of how much money I have available and how good of service the person actually did on whether or not they're getting actual extra money more than what I normally would do, because my default is like 15%. I do 15% across the board, whether or not whether or not I get good service, and then more based off of that.
All right. Ghosty, service is great. Food isn't. You still tipping the same?
Yeah, I at a sit down restaurant, I typically tip 20% no matter what. It has to be a really extreme situation for me to tip less, or I might tip more if I like really thought they went above and beyond, or the server was like super friendly or something like that. But like people have bad days, so I typically tip 20% no matter what.
Rufus, food's shit, but service is great. Does it change your tip?
No, not really. I'm gonna end up tipping roughly the same amount regardless. There's also
Okay.
something else I could say, but it's argumentative.
I appreciate you holding it back. And last but not least, Loodle. Is the food is not what you ordered, but the service was with a smile. Is it going to affect your tip?
Can I ask you what year we're in?
Now.
All right, cool. Then under the current laws, then yeah, I would tip the server. So I would say, if the food is crap, that's not under the FSA in 1996, right? That's on them. So the server is making less money. So I would tip the server as according to their service. So the server was great.
All right.
The cook was shit. I'd give the server 25, 30%.
All right. All right. Cheers. All right. So it looks like we did have one more question come in from the chat, and then we're going to go ahead and go to the votes. It looks like Parallax asked Lethe, do you only sign up for debates against opponents you know you can't lose to?
I take
Jesus.
offense to that.
Yeah, probably.
All right, there you go. I hope Team AF appreciates that. All right, so you guys have had the chance. I'm going to lock this in one more time. Boom. So you guys can, if you're last minute or pulling up late, decide who you think made the most persuasive case, not just who you like the most or who you agree with, but who you think had the most cohesive arguments, had the most, seemed the most prepared, were the most persuasive in general. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and give me those results. Really? Nobody's voting?
I didn't vote
Y'all
yet.
just
Hang
don't
on
wanna
one
vote?
second. I didn't vote yet.
No, it's too late. I
Nope.
already clicked it. Y'all took too long.
That's called a
And
joke.
it is locked in.
That's called a joke.
Yeah, no, I understand. And well, the joke is that you guys won.
Wow.
Looks like the votes were for the negative, 54% to 45%.
Almost like
So
6-7%.
There you
Bruh.
go. We're going to call it a 6-4 victory for the negative team. Apparently, the viewing audience does not believe that the tipping culture in America should be resisted.
Unfortunately, the viewing audience is intelligent, unfortunately, for the neg, or for the app, rather.
Well, no, people don't deserve to get paid a livable wage.
That's
Yeah.
government fee.
That was never implied.
Exactly.
Why would you think that?
I know. Aw.
All right, so real quick, yep, I was about to say we're gonna get all the way into this. I'm gonna put probably 2 hours on the clock here, and we're gonna go ahead. Yep, we're gonna go late.
Let's go.
But we got through the debates pretty quick, so that's pretty cool. If there's anybody who is part of the server or part of the DMZ who wants to jump in here, I will take guests in here for a couple minutes at a time if you guys wanted to weigh in or say anything to them. But I do have my own questions and my own pushback, and we're gonna get into it all, and we're gonna see if we can find the bottom of the barrel. But with that, I got to say my goodbye. So thank you again to all of tonight's debaters. Above all, thank you to all of the viewers. We would not be here without you. The DMZ happens live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick every Friday and Saturday night. So please make sure to give us a follow, a like, and a subscribe so you can get the notifications every time we go live. If you haven't already, join the free Discord server where we take the conversations after the lights go off and the cameras go away. That is where you can tell me if you are interested in participating in these debates. I am the Horseradish, and I hope to see you guys here for the next round in the DMZ. And now The rest of it is going to be in the VOD, which is the after party. And this is the part where nobody gets to see it unless you're here live or you are a Twitch subscriber. So if you guys need a bathroom break or anything like that, now is the time. But super appreciate y'all. Fuck you, Match. Horseradish is the best condiment. You just literally you everything you've ever said before has lost all credibility. So
Lethy,
yeah,
What up?
get into it.
Lethy, what did you do to those damn turtles?
What did
Yeah,
you
what's
do
the
to the
story?
turtles?
First Gorp and the Easter Bunny, and now you? What the hell, man?
I'm advocating for these turtles to be able to be appreciated in the way they should. You're advocating that they should just take what they get and be happy with it. If they hit the ocean and they don't survive, so be it. I would never do that.
I'm literally
Like, the
advocating for
heartlessness.
that they should be. I literally said that they should be brought back to the water. What?
You're
Why-
touching
Oh,
them.
wait.
You're
The
making sure
whole
they
problem.
can't make.
The whole problem is, if you touch the turtle, you ruin its senses. It can never get back to the water or to where it's supposed to breathe. So your very simply desire to help the turtle kills the turtle.
It's an
Shame.
analogy.
Shame. Well,
Okay,
analogies
no,
are
jokes
based in
aside,
reality.
jokes aside. I lost this. This was one of the first things that I wanted to hear. Will you please tell me what the fuck was? How did we get to turtles? I wrote it in the margin. I was like, God damn, did I get too stoned?
Rufus wanted
Yeah.
to
Am
use
I
some
too
weird
high?
analogy about
What the fuck are
turtles
these
and
people
shoving them
talking
into
about?
water against their will. I don't understand
So
it myself.
tell me
but-
more about these poor turtles, Rufus. Seriously, I need to understand your analogy.
Yeah. Let's do
Man
that.
hates turtles.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Turtles, Easter bunnies, y'all are just killing them all. Come
You're
on.
turtlist.
Rufus, explain
Right.
to me
Yeah,
in
I'm-
simple
I'm-
terms. Yes.
Right. So the turtle analogy
Was
is that the whole story goes something like there's a kid that goes to a beach,
yeah.
sees a bunch of turtles,
I
Okay.
hope. Yeah.
and he sees that they need to be that they're all struggling to get to the water.
Yeah.
So
Helps them.
the kid starts throwing him into the sea, and
Yeah.
an adult comes and says, "You'll never be able to help all of them." But the kid responds, "But I helped that one."
But the issue
Okay.
is you actually killed that
okay.
one.
I see.
You actually killed that
on,
one.
Hold on,
Sorry.
Hold on, Loodle. No, it's okay. So aside from the analogy, so you're saying that by you helping one person by tipping them, you're not solving the economic issue of these people's overall lack of income, but you were able to help that one person that day. That was the connection you were trying to make there.
No, I honestly forget. That wasn't quite it. I forget the full.
All I
That
know
was
is the
the
nap is
part I was
crying
making.
right now. The nap is on life support.
My God,
Right?
shut up, Lee.
Right, like you just aggressively chucked a turtle into the ocean, is what you told us. All right, so no, real quick though, Rufus, one more thing for you, Rufus. Can you
Sure.
read again the last line of your opening argument?
Oh God.
My opening.
Yes, the very
Okay.
last sentence of your opening. I
It
just
is-
want to hear that
this
last
voice
sentence again,
is
please.
Brilliant.
I don't. I'm assuming you're talking about the second to last one, but whether a flourishing society should let a wage disguise itself as a gift and then call it tradition, I don't think it should.
Say it one more time.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Say it again, Daddy.
Whether a flourishing society should let a wage disguise itself as a gift and call it a tradition, I don't think it should.
I like that line a lot. It was a great end to your opening, I thought. So
Thank you.
okay, so another question. If you increase the base wage, and this is kind of to everybody, right?
Mhm.
It was discussed to increase the base wage. Here in the state of Washington, where I live, waitresses make the full minimum wage. And we're not talking about federal minimum wage, we're talking about state minimum
yep,
wage.
yep.
They are making $16.75 an hour as a waitress plus tips. Do you think that the person should be getting the same amount of tips as the person who's working for $2.15 an hour down in Texas?
Or Wyoming.
Game Boy. Sorry, I
Well,
had to.
so can I answer?
Who's that question
Can I
for?
answer?
Anybody?
I'll answer.
Sure.
So the whole point is, I mean, it kind of defeats the question to a point, right? The whole idea is that the federal law, the FSA in 38, and then re-upped and changed in 96 and 2012 and 23 again, right? makes it so that the minimum wage requirements, if you don't make it up in tips, the federal law requires the state employer to make it up. So if you're in Seattle and you're getting 17 an hour, and you don't make and the tips somehow don't make that up, right? Then you get the 17.
Yeah, it's the same way down in Texas.
If I could,
Yeah.
I
well,
think it's like the same way with Uber drivers.
It's different in Wyoming.
No, hold on. It's a little bit.
It's different in Wyoming.
It's a little bit different because hold on.
Let
It's
me
a little
tell
bit
you
different.
Wyoming okay, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
it's
I
a
kinda
little
want-
bit different, like in states like Washington and California and New York, because they get the base pay plus tips. The amount of tips that they get doesn't affect the actual wage they get from their employers like it does everywhere else.
That's
The,
exactly my point,
where
though.
Well, no,
right, but
they get minimum wage no matter what because it's a
They-
federal
they-
law.
yeah,
They
no,
do.
it's
Well,
minimum
so-
wage no matter what.
Right. So
Yeah.
if I can
Minimum
answer
wage
the question,
guaranteed.
Okay, here's the
Yeah.
whole
Go ahead,
deal, though,
Testy.
right? Okay, here's
Hold
the
on,
whole deal.
hold on. Go ahead, Testy.
I just want to answer the question directly. I think that I would be more at peace of mind. Not like I would rather not change my tipping habits. So when you're talking about what's deserved, and this is I think one of the central things to our argument is that yes, the employer will ultimately they probably won't be happy about it if you're not because they're relying on the customers to supplement the wage. So that gap is made up one way or the other. Whereas if there is a base wage like California, Washington, New York, then then even for the consumer, they don't have that concern that's been expressed several times that they are responsible. So even if that gap is being made up, I don't think that should broadly affect tipping habits, and it shouldn't be something that factors in. You shouldn't have to think about that. I think that answers your question.
I mean, for me
Time is-
personally, I feel like
Sorry, go ahead.
it
No,
would.
Get it, girl.
Like if I know they're making like a livable wage, then at that point, like they're doing their job and they're getting paid to do their job, which is being a waiter, or service worker or whatever. So I like probably wouldn't tip as much, like the standard 20%, but like I
So
don't
that
know.
leans heavily on the social obligation as opposed
But the
to
big
quality.
problem
because at
there,
that
though,
point, it
right?
would be,
The big problem. Sorry, go ahead,
it'd
bitch.
be-
Go ahead, bitch.
At that point, it would be heavily focused on whether or not they're providing good service because they're actually making the wage up front, and we're not having
You
to
know what? It wouldn't,
supplement
though.
their wage.
And they overall though would probably make less
Okay,
money
look,
though.
money.
I mean,
is-
I
money
disprove
is,
that with the
money-
fact.
money-
I
money is
disprove that with
fungible.
the statistic
look.
from New York on the gig worker stuff.
But that's New York specifically. They have a higher minimum wage than national average. Let's talk about the real issue, right? The real issue is if you have a system in which you have a wage worker who already has a standard living wage, and the person who's tipping them knows that. The only occasion in which the person will tip them is because they care about the service they were given. So the whole issue is that if you're saying there's going to be some leveling out, that somehow like, oh, the employer doesn't have to pay them as much. That's what the federal minimum wage thing did with tips. So I
But
think
Loodle, what you're
we're in a different
describing-
reality.
No,
but
I think
wait,
you're
what
misunderstanding.
Loodle-
The whole point is that they would have to pay the employer would have to pay them more. The onus of the wages would be on the employer.
Right,
That's
That's
the way
the
they-
current. That's the current law.
Yeah, but Loodle,
it's
you're
not.
describing Loodle, what you were advocating for, you just described the ideal of tipping. You just said it. You're like, well, if they're making this base wage, then the only circumstances that it's even appropriate to tip is when they go above and beyond. So this
No,
other
that's
factor
in,
is
that's in
completely
your
removed.
New York. That was in response to the New York Communist Utopia thing. Not
I mean, okay. That's-
Someone made a good point in chat though. They said
I'm
like
sorry, you have TBR.
how about like think about all the restaurants where if they had to raise the wages for these workers,
They'd
that would
go
like
under.
the small business restaurants would go out of business. We would mostly just have
that
like
would
chain
not-
restaurants at that
yeah.
point.
So you're pro
So, well, the link
corporation,
that I
then, right?
provided. the-
May I
well,
say,
the-
is it not an awesome thing that even if an employer can't afford to pay like well above minimum wage, that the employees have the ability to raise the ceiling on what they're able to make by providing good service and being tipped? But I'd still say, like, by all means, pay them more if you can. But the idea that they're able to receive those tips allows for them to get money well beyond what they would have been
Wait,
expecting.
I
to
didn't
That's
make.
use
like
this-
almost
More
like the
money.
American dream, almost, right? Oh
Wait,
my
I didn't
God.
use
Little
this
bit.
during the debate, but you know the line. It's like if you can't afford to tip, then you shouldn't go out. Maybe if you can't afford to pay your workers a livable or like a decent wage, maybe you shouldn't open a business. Like
2-0, motherfuckers. 2-0.
Yeah.
Got him.
I mean, if the
Yeah.
food is amazing,
mean-
why shouldn't they be able to keep a business open and have wait staff that's getting compensated by the people who they're making their lives better? Like literally, just because you're not doing
I
that
also
well.
pointed out another issue with that argument in our prep.
Okay, so
our prep
so
room.
so real quick, the price or the cost will get burdened onto the customer. Here, as I mentioned, I live in a state where minimum wage is like 16 plus an hour. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a quick mute, I think.
Mutorino.
Yeah, boom.
Moot.
Did that work? I think.
No, I don't think so.
No. Mute. There, now it worked. All right. Anyway, yeah. So like whenever we first moved to this state, I've said this story more than once on stream. We love Denny's. So my go-to order is a Moons Over My Hammy. We ordered it when we were leaving Texas, and the price tag on it was $8.99. And I was like, okay, yummy, cool. Wasn't like I cared, but it was just I noticed whenever we got to the state of Washington, this is how we found out that the wait staff here makes full minimum wage, and that minimum wage is $16 an hour, because the exact same Moons Over My Hammy at the first Denny's we stopped at in Washington was $14.99. Same sandwich, $5-6 more, and we were shocked by that. But here's the fun math, and I suck at math, but correct me if I'm wrong. The restaurant owner increases the cost of the product to carry out that burden of that minimum wage, which I'm perfectly fine with. But I'm also still expected to tip on top of that extra burden of cost. Plus, I'm doing that based on a percentage. And we know that the percentage just went up
Yeah.
to cover their cost of payment. So I'm tipping based on the cost of their payment. Does that make sense?
Yes, because the
Yeah.
bill went up. Now you're tipping more because the percentage, it's according to the percentage.
Right.
Yeah,
so you're
I'm
saying that
actually
you can-
curious to see if the waiters if the Denny's waiters in Washington actually end up going home with more money than the waiters in Texas.
I'll see if I can find
I
a study
would-
on that in a minute.
Yeah, I would love to know the answer. We asked the waitress if it affected her tips or if they still make, and she said no, people typically still tip 15 to 20%. So
I think that, I mean, I see what you're saying. You're kind of implying or maybe stating that either you're subsidizing the wage on the front end or on the back end, like one way or
but
another.
no, we're doing it
it's
on
kind
both
of-
ends. That's exactly right, Testes.
Well, so maybe I'm not understanding. So I'll just lay out an example. Let's say
Yep.
the burger normally cost, I guess it was the $8.99. Let's say $9.
Sure, it's got
And
$9.
then because of this, sure, and then because of this thing, it went up by $5 to $7 to sort of quote unquote like make up that gap so that
Yep.
they can now provide a base like minimum wage then.
Correct.
And then you're saying that because you're tipping on a percentage of the new total cost of the food that you're then paying more altogether.
I'm
I think
paying
that-
them twice. Yes.
Right. So I think that in that system, like let's just say in maybe my communist utopia, as Loodle might put it, let's say that federally, it's the state minimum wage. Like you are obligated, you are required that you have to pay servers. There is no tipping wage or sub minimum wage, as I guess it's sometimes referred. So that bringing that baseline up, I think that something like that when it's more I guess universal, I think that in and of itself would discourage tipping. I think part of what you described is because the tipping culture, state to state or even region to region, varies, and so there's this like say you're in a city or something, you're probably going to tip maybe more than if you're in like a rural diner, right? So like just the way that these things are perceived socially, I don't see it as like an all. I'm not trying to describe like an all or nothing, but I think that would be the net effect. And I don't have any hard data on that, but I think that would be a way that people have that sort of peace of mind that, hey, this person is at least making some minimum and they're not responsible for it. That'll probably bring down the incentive to tip overall. So, like you wouldn't pay as much in that regard.
Radish.
Yes, sir.
Razor is in the waiting room if you haven't
Yep,
noticed.
I know. I was actually just about to grab him and bring him on up.
So then the question is if the money that the workers are getting paid through their wage, through their employer, actually ends up being more than the tips they were like the amount of tips, like if people are willing to tip more because they know the worker makes less. Does that make sense? Like, I guess we would
get what
have
you're
to.
saying. Yeah, well, because let's say we discussed a little bit during our back and forth, but like,
Yeah.
if you're working a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're probably going to be making way more tips than like Monday to Friday, right? Or Monday to Thursday, whatever. So I think that I think that's sort of baked in. I think that like it is highly, you can't anticipate, I guess, like the flow. So like that's one of the appeals right now is that you have the potential to make a lot more money, right?
Mhm.
But you could also be, you could make essentially nothing, or I guess that minimum. So I don't know if that does that address kind of what you
Bye,
said? I
Vicky.
don't know if
But
that
if you
that
make the minimum, they comp you up to the same as everybody else has already made under federal law.
right. Yeah, I'm agree. Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. Yeah.
So there's no lose then.
Apparently, his
Well, I'm
PC
just saying it's the
froze.
nature. I was more in regards to what Ghosty said. I'm more. I think that's just the way that the industry works. Like I see what you're kind of getting at, but I don't know how meaningfully that would actually impact people's habits because it's more of a feature of the industry itself rather
Well, yeah,
than
and so
the
let's
consumer at that
let me
point.
ask a question then to you, my good sir. Is like, so as a matter of the industry, right? Like,
All right, so welcome in,
how should-
Razor.
How should
What are your
federal-
thoughts on the subject?
Oh.
Do you work for tips? Have you worked for tips?
I have.
Do you think that tips should be, that the culture should be changed and that tipping culture should be resisted?
Weekly on my days off, I go to this cute little cozy diner near my place. Absolutely love it. The people there all now know me. Now know me on a personal basis. Every single one of them greets me with a smile and everything. I usually end up leaving about a $10 to $15 tip, even if my meal was only $20. That's my stance on it when it comes like to how I do my tipping, but that's because I legitimately feel welcomed, warm, and fuzzy being in that particular shop. I've been to other places and other restaurants where like, oh, food's amazing, and then waiter was nice,
And, yeah.
$5.
So do you wear do you wear the cat ears when you go in so you're recognizable? That's my only question.
I do have a pair of clip-ons somewhere, but but I gotta find them.
I was fine. I'm saying,
Why are we not
I mean,
surprised?
make it rain.
Okay.
Welcome
So,
back, Vigil.
Oh
I'm
yeah, and
still-
sorry.
number
Yeah, go ahead,
wage.
go ahead, Razor. Go ahead, Razor. Vigil,
yeah,
you'll
and,
go next.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and by the way, to Lethe, I want my fucking toys back. I've
They're
been waiting
mine.
to get
I'm
them
still
back.
playing with them.
I don't
Okay,
care.
weird.
Give them back.
All right, Vigilante, what were you going to say, sir?
I need an adult.
So
I didn't know
I
about
am
that.
an
this isn't-
adult.
Hold on. Let
this
Vigi
isn't
talk.
quite what we were talking about with the actual
Nope.
wages,
No,
right?
it was not.
But statistically speaking, with between states that have one fair wage standards, which is the minimum wage plus tips, like state minimum wage plus tips, versus the tipped wage being the half the minimum wage plus
FSLA.
tips,
FSLA.
or the federal or the FRL. Or no, it splits it up between the three. It states that with higher minimum wages, but half the minimum wage. And then federal minimum wage. So states, and then it also splits it up between men and women and race and shit. But I'm only going to go with men and women. At poverty level, while working a tipped job, states with one fair wage policies, men who work in tipped industries are about 7.8% of them are at federal poverty at the federal poverty line. 8.5% of state minimum wage, that's half, where it's different. It's about 8.5%. And then ones that are at federal minimum wage, where the servers get paid half of federal minimum wage, it's 11.2%. For women, it's 8.8% respectively, 10.4% respectively, and 12.6% respectively. So this shows that having one fair wage policies improves workers' incomes.
No, it does. Okay. Can I answer? Can I say something?
Sure.
All right, great. So
Please
whole
argue with
thing-
the statistics.
The whole thing, no. The whole thing is that, but the thing you're looking at is a completely wrong metric, right? But the cost of living in Seattle and the cost of living in New York City or the cost of living in LA, where they have these high wage policies, minimum wage, right? First of all, it's not federal; it's state mandated. Second of all, they are reflective of the cost of living of those communities.
Oh my god, it's
Sorry, no,
reflecting
I'm-
based off of the
oh,
federal
you're
poverty
okay.
line.
Well, I'll interrupt you next time then too. Then. Carry on.
Or
Carry on.
don't.
Carry on.
That's fine too.
I mean,
No,
I'm
he
happy,
was just
I'm
making a
happy to keep
correction.
going.
Correcting
I'm
one
happy-
thing.
Yeah, making a
Go for it.
correction while somebody is still talking is not necessarily interrupting.
But that
it's making a
correction is not. The
Go ahead,
correction is
but go on.
inaccurate. So let me fact check the correction then. Hey,
Okay.
is that the federal poverty line is what determines how the states, under state legislatures and their state houses, apportion wage. Right? There's a federal minimum wage standard that applies to all 50 states, and there are other states like Seattle. Oh, Seattle's not a state. Like Washington, Oregon, New York, California, and several others. Even Kansas actually recently did a big one. That are a state law. So I think there's a very basic misconception of federalism versus statehood and sovereignty in the states that really needs to be
No,
understood
you're
here.
un-
No. Let me. Okay, sorry. Correct.
You're
cor-
fundamentally
correct me.
understanding what the statistics are. So the statistics.
But they're
that
not.
I
They
was
don't
just
cross
reading, right?
over the way you think
That-
they do.
No,
I may real quickly.
you're misunderstanding what the statistics are. The
No,
statistics
I'm
are comparing what the wages that people are earning, how much people are making, versus the federal poverty line.
Right, and you're not talking about
I
the
kinda
cost
feel
of
like- I feel
living
like-
in the state.
I feel like Loodle
So
and
if I
Vigi,
may,
yeah,
if I
you're
may-
up. Loodle and Vigi need to just be locked into a small room with padded walls for a little while.
I'll give him the
and
reach
then
around.
just get it
He'll
out.
be all right.
Go
I'll get
ahead,
it
Razor.
out.
What were
I'll
you
get
gonna
it
say?
out.
I'm sorry, he doesn't need more
sorry.
TBI.
Razor.
So, okay, so the prompt was that tipping culture in America should be resisted. When I read this prompt when it was in the prompt lists, I took that as and I think the affirmative was saying this, that resisting is supposed to mean that the culture that should be resisted is that being compelled to do it side of it. Am I right, Testy? Was that
That's
like
not,
the
well,
general gist?
So we made not compelled in like any sort of like obligatory way, but in terms of like, social
Compelled in a
pressure.
non-obligatory way?
Yeah, like social pressure.
Yeah, social pressure, that'd be non-obligatory, right?
Well, compulsion requires obligatory. That's this.
Maybe
now.
maybe there's some legal lawyer stuff you're pulling.
No,
I
it's
think
called.
Yeah,
it's called-
if
I
you
would say-
understand what I'm saying. I don't know.
So I would say, yeah, I get you. I get it. So
Right.
yeah, there's a reason why I myself was of the AF. If I had actually put in a vote, unfortunately, I did. I was going to go towards the neg. I'm sorry, you guys didn't do as well as you could have. But
They won.
yeah, very much. Yeah. God, I lost that immediately. So yes, I had the similar take of being affirmative to this, because when I hear tipping culture, I do think it's that social pressure thing, because of the fact that instead of it being a thing where it's like, you're doing amazing, I love you guys, take my money, it's, you're gonna starve if I don't. So here, like, it's the
guilt, like guilt
I
culture,
would
like guilt
prefer
culture?
I would prefer a
Yeah,
culture.
guilt is part of it. Sorry.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
would prefer I would prefer an actual like culture. If we're talking about a new current tipping culture, sucks. I would prefer a new tipping culture of they're already fully paid. They don't really need your tips, but are still able to give them the tips. Like if the diner down by.
Okay. But like differentiate that, that's what Europe currently has, and nobody tips anything in Europe. So I think it's like I mean, it would be. You could argue.
I think
that
it's actually
Europe's
become a lot of. No, there's some place there are like some places who like you're talking about it in other countries where
Well,
tipping is actually frowned upon because it's really because they're already fully paid
it's
off and
included as
everything.
part of the gratuity too. If you have a large table, you can take other tables. They compensate you for that time. It's the whole idea of like whether or not the metric for how you're compensated is based upon your individual performance for a certain table and your ability to get a tip out of them, right? Or whether or not you get X amount of tables, we're splitting the cash equal ways, and you get your gratuity. And that's the difference between gratuity and a tip. We covered that. But so like in Europe, they're gratuity based, which means like if you and your wife go in there or you and your kitty or whatever go in there, Saya, go in there and order a soup and a salad, and then that's gonna be they'll be compensated differently than a 12 top table of American investors who take that entire server's attention and energy for 3 hours, right? So that's gratuity versus tipping, right?
So question to
Please.
you're probably right, but so question to the idea that I'm thinking of in terms of making it to where we tip purely because we like the service, not because we want to help cover anything. Are you in favor of like meritocracy style systems?
So I am in general. Let me just put one caveat in there real quick so you can understand my whole argument, right? I bartended, I've waited tables. The whole point is that if you're waiting a group of 30 people, right, that means that you don't get to take any other tables for 2 hours. And so the establishment tacks on a 20% gratuity as part of their policy to that thing because you can't make any other money any other place. You do with that. So even if that group of 100 people turn out to be German nationals and don't tip on culture or whatever, right? You still make enough to make it worth your while while the rest of the servers are taking care of the rest of the staff. It's a balancing of interests. Does that make sense?
I kind of get what you're saying, but like with that gratuity already being paid, would you then also want the people there after paying the gratuity? They then all say, "Everyone drop a 5."
Oh, that's not
Would you
allowed. That's actually not allowed. If the gratuity is included, then any extra tipping is not. I mean, if they want to go shove some dollar bills down my bra,
would you be cool? Would you be cool with it though if they did make it legal for you to do that? Like the gratuity's already paid for, but then someone says, "Dude, they did so fucking good. Hey guys, take out your wallets. We're putting an extra 5 for this. Like, put an extra 5 for this dude. Dude, he had cat ears. Let him pay the motherfucker.
He knew I wanted Diet Coke. He fucking got me Diet Coke. Good on him. Give him 5.
By the way, come to my streams and pay me to actually do this. You'll see the cat ears and you can help me with that shit.
So if I order Diet Coke, you want to bring me Diet Coke? I'll tip you.
Right? Can I throw something out because it's kind of like
is it directed at Razer?
No. Well,
right.
It's to the idea of this European model, I suppose, or like it was mentioned, but it's not to Razer specifically.
Nope, that's fine. Because we got somebody else who wants to get in. Appreciate your thoughts, Razer. We will talk to you again soon, sir.
Well, I wanted to
keep
point
the ad.
Yeah,
he said.
Keep them ears sharp, brother. Keep them ears sharp.
Hold on, Lethe, are you saying this to Razer?
Yeah, I'm saying it to Razer. So like, in Japan, it's considered an insult to tip, and so they don't want to feel like you're being pressured in any way, shape, or form. But you can also show your appreciation to that establishment. There's no problem in doing so. It just shouldn't be about the service itself, because they already feel like they're giving you the best service they possibly can, and they don't want to affect that in any way. So this is like something that should be understood like all the way around. You should be able to show your appreciation to this establishment, especially by bringing more people to that establishment.
Well, because in that culture,
tip the game, not the player.
Well, in that culture, right? Like the ability to provide excellent service is part of the honor that's ingrained in Japanese culture. So if anybody falls short of that, would already be dishonored. So it'd also be dishonorable to have somebody charge extra for good service. You should be giving your best every day.
And I know that Japan has Japan has like a workaholics type of culture to where they praise you if you fall asleep at work, kind of a thing. But yeah. Thank you for having me up. Cheers. And you're gonna switch me out to Lethe. And one last time to Lethe, I'm coming for my toys, motherfucker.
Hey, my toys. We gotta connect. Reach out, brother. I love you.
I'm still playing with them.
What kind of
If I
toys are
could-
we talking about?
I really want to know
You
what
don't wanna
toys he
know.
has. as
Mostly,
well.
mostly anal beads. I hear.
They're
I hear
really
mostly
cool.
anal beads.
And just
They're
went straight
really
there.
cool toys.
Wait, before we, I just want to comment really
Yeah, go
quickly,
ahead.
and I think it ties into what Horseradish even mentioned. This idea, like, let's just say we adopted one of the European model, where it's sort of a gratuity thing, where it's baked
Sure.
in. I think that, I mean, now we're talking broad strokes. I think that would be preferable because let's say that again, that burger that cost $10 now costs 20, whatever it may be. If that's
Mhm.
across the board, then I feel like that is more representative of, I guess, the marketplace, because if they want, they're going to have to pay this base wage, their workers are taken care of, whatever it might be. Their food might be more expensive, and it's like, okay, to justify those higher costs compared to the burger place across the street, those are your options. Like, you can kind of lower the
So-
prices on the food, or you could then provide like greater service. So the incentives, I feel, are still there, but
So I get your point, but the whole issue is ultimately, right? It's the ability of the American economy and the American small business or medium-sized business or franchise or whatever, right, to absorb what's coming at it. And so the idea, if we had a $20 or a 20% off the top, every ticket is getting charged 20%. Doesn't matter, right? Then that would hurt a lot of businesses who are fast food or whatever, right? However, on the other side, right, the idea that somebody who is providing good service and going to a sit-down table service, right, the issue that should be compensated for, they're giving you extra time. So I don't think it works in the American model where extra effort and extra incentive should be compensated. And then, I'm not saying we somehow dock the salaries of those people who suck at it, but they're not being compensated at the same level. And so the incentive is already built in for them to choose another industry or be better. So like
I agree it's built in.
Should there be a tip jar at McDonald's? Should there be a tip jar at 7-Eleven?
There's a tip jar at my damn house. No one puts anything in it.
No, but it's a question. Should there be a tip jar at 7-Eleven? Should there be a tip jar at McDonald's?
Why not?
Yeah, why
Yeah.
not?
I mean,
My
resist-
daughter
I would
has a tip
resist
jar.
this
Sorry,
tipping
go ahead.
culture.
My
No, I'm just
daughter,
saying, I would resist this.
my daughter
tipping
has a
culture.
tip jar at her lemonade stand. It was like $3 for
Well,
a cup of lemonade, and
feel
also,
like
and
if
also a
somebody
tip
wants
jar.
to make a
wait,
donation,
does she have a
Somebody wants to
permit?
do it? Go
Does
ahead.
she have a permit for that stand?
In
Oh my
Ohio,
God.
it's not
If
required.
somebody wants to make a
I hate
donation,
those
ma'am, you were
people.
saying.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
If
You were saying.
Yeah, if somebody I just don't see the harm in it as long as it's optional. If somebody wants to make a donation to a business or a person, where is the harm in that?
Well, the harm comes in.
I-
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, because when we say harm, my head automatically jumps to some like utilitarian type of thing. Like,
Let's go.
It would
utilitarian.
be-
Go ahead. Do it. Do it.
well,
utilitarian.
I'm not even going to make some like I guess it is somewhat of a consequentialist thing, but I think if that's normalized, then this is maybe a bad analogy, but it's sort of the idea of like when people have like a medical thing, it's almost baked in now where it's like, oh, we'll do like a GoFundMe, where it's like that, in my opinion, that like people shouldn't have to rely on the quote unquote charity of others. And I'm not saying that tipping is charity, but I'm saying that if that gets allowed to be sort of baked into the system in that way, where it's seen as like a subsidy to be able to subsidize for otherwise like income that they would have
But-
received,
Okay.
I think that's like a poor system to expand.
But the
would be my
problem, the
argument.
problem is the definition of terms, though, right? Like a subsidy is something that the government allows you to contribute tax-free to something, right? If there are a myriad, like Bernie Sanders donors, right, who contribute $5 a piece, and there's 300 million of them, so he gets $2 billion, right? That's not a subsidy. That's individual people having agency and contributing to what they believe in. And so, like, I think subsidization is maybe the wrong term. Maybe you want to fix that.
It might be, but then I guess the only other thing it could be akin to would be something
subsidization
like
means
charity.
the government paying. To
I
make up
I
your
understand.
bottom
I'm
line.
accepting.
Okay.
I'm accepting your definition.
It
But,
is.
it would be
It is
more-
subsidization, because the government is going to force them to pay if you don't. So you are like, that's how that's how subsidization works, right? If you don't make the money on your own, then I guess I'll pick up the slack.
Right. But
Well,
the
something
government-
like 7-Eleven.
The government is subsidizing the businesses, not the employees and not the customers. The government is making up the gap between what the servers get and federal law mandates.
So then, would
That's-
it not be closer then to charity in that regard? I guess if maybe that's a more suitable term.
I mean,
like-
I would take the hard.
It's
stance
kind of a
that anything-
donation.
Well,
Like
I
with
think-
something with 7-Eleven or something, it's kind of like a donation, which is why
okay.
I've
I mean,
had
yeah.
I don't see that normalized at all, like having to tip if you're at like a 7-Eleven or like a business or anything.
No, I agree it's not, but I'm saying if this were to become commonplace, would
Should
that
it?
not lead to normalization of
I
that
mean, you can put a
practice?
tip jar out anywhere, right? The problem where we come to when the law is actually applicable, right, is if there was a state or federal law that says you must tip X amount to X person for X service. And so I have a hard time drawing a bright line between like people with moral beneficence and the thing that's at the end of the barrel of a gun. Can you differentiate that for me? What circumstances should it be at the end of the barrel of a gun, and what circumstances should it be free for all?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh well, I don't see this again as like a at the end of the barrel of a gun. I'm speaking more broadly, I guess, and I understand that you like to deal very, which I respect. Like you like strict definitions and terms and things like that. But I'm seeing
Sorry.
more. No. That's totally fine. It's like that. I tend to prefer to operate that way. But in this regard, I understand I'm making a bit more of a vibes take. I'm more so making the argument that let's say every service business, I brought up the example of getting
Yeah.
your tire changed. Let's say every service industry, everywhere you go, there's a tip jar, right? I will agree, like with the base premise, like it is always your decision, but I think there does create like a normalization where it because even the state that we're at now, right, where we're
Right
with
here.
tipping, like I feel like that has arguably that expectation has increased. I don't see why that it would
But
logically follow
everybody,
that. And
but
right,
everybody right now can put out, unless there's a state law that prohibits it, which does happen.
But you're not going to go hungry if you don't tip at your local Napa Auto Parts. Like they're not going to starve to death if you don't put anything in their tip jar.
Bro, that guy who's from a 10 mil
A
socket looks
local
pretty
what?
hungry.
Right, they're already making a lot of money as a mechanic, and you absolutely can
No,
tip your
he's a
mechanic, and I
salesman.
know
He's a
people who
salesman. He's a
do.
salesman. He's not a mechanic.
I said parts
you know
store,
people,
but
you know
No,
people
well,
that
he brought
are
up
mechanics?
he brought up mechanics.
sorry.
Like it's all service jobs. I'm guessing is kind of what more
Well,
I'm punting.
how
to, but-
awesome would it be if
Sorry,
you were
Ghosty, I
working
cut
at an
you off
auto
there.
parts
Yeah.
at an auto parts store, making minimum wage or maybe slightly above minimum wage,
Yeah.
and you took the time to like show people what they needed from the store, added on things, and then they happen to give you a tip? Like I think that would
I
make
think
your
that
life
would be
better.
awesome.
Yeah, and what
Yes,
if you
that
made
would be awesome.
what if you made yourself a very lovely ceramic? You on your weekends took a ceramics class and made a lovely vase that says Napa and has tip me $1
Sure.
on it, and you
Absolutely.
and then Mazel Tov, right?
No hate on that. But once again, there is the burden and the expectation is not on me as a customer to make sure that this person doesn't go hungry. The argument is
Exactly.
flip-flopped back and forth between making sure like you're a monster if you don't tip because this is how these people live and they'll go hungry if you don't tip them, to well, it should be a thing that you just put on top and it's an attaboy, a pat on the head, a job well done.
But
It can't be both of those things
But
simultaneously.
federal law already mandates that every employee
That there is a minimum
gets
guaranteed
the minimum
income. Yes, I
guarantee.
understand.
And
I
that's based
understand
up-
that.
and
And
that's
that's why
based-
what I'm saying
Well,
is
that's based upon what the
we
state's
can't
living
keep
wage
moving
is.
the goalpost.
I'm not moving it. I'm saying that, okay, we have a federalist system, right? The federal government gets to mandate federal minimum wage, okay? Each state can do more than that. No state can do less than that, okay? That's how federal law works. So each state under federal guidelines is required to provide the cost of living in the state versus the wages. And that same metric, that same calculation mathematically applies to every state. And a state like a state like Washington or a state like New York can exceed that. But the scenario Horseradish is going for, which is saying that there's some scenario where like I'm going to tip you because otherwise you'll be starving in the street. That doesn't exist because federal law already supersedes that.
So
Go ahead.
well, you brought up something earlier that I thought was interesting,
Please.
right? Which is this idea that we don't know, right? Like any given server, let's say you're living in a state where it's not like when I say equalized, but it's not like state mandated. It's up to the minimum, whatever. It's not guaranteed.
Sure.
I think it is like that. That is part of the, I guess, what I would call the social pressure is that you don't know. So you don't know if this person, what their tips have been for the week, or what state that they're, or when I say state, what position they're currently at financially. And so the easier thing for a lot of people to do is just to assume the default and assume that, hey, this person, like, because it would be a little, maybe you could ask about their financial situation.
I'll steal my news even further. I'll steal my news even
Sure.
further and say that like it would be fundamentally inappropriate for any person to ask them how much you make this week. How can I help you? That's never gonna happen. That'd be problematic. So
Sure.
just-
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm
fair
not
enough.
gonna
Yeah.
argue that. Go ahead. Good faith. Go ahead.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
but, okay.
just-
Well,
I-
hold on.
I'm gonna-
Let's take that. Let's take that to the logical conclusion.
Let's do it.
If you found out that your server was making 120K a year based on tips, would you tip less?
Was she a good server?
Sure.
Then yes, I'd tip her adequate to her proportional ability. That's what tipping culture is.
Testes. Would it change? Would it affect your tip if you found out
Yeah.
that what I don't know how much you make, but let's say you found out that your waitress makes twice what you do.
Well, that,
So I'm gonna try and be radically honest here. Okay. So
Mhm.
because if they told me that specifically,
Yes,
then
because I know you
there's-
probably make pretty damn good money. So yes, I understand.
No, make okay, but I'm saying like let's say that I overheard like another server talking. So like the waitress the
Yep.
waitress that is dealing with me didn't know that I knew, then I
Yep.
would probably tip less. But if she was the one that like present that just due to the social like I guess convention, I would still feel obligated to tip in some regard, even knowing that information.
But
I
yeah,
think
if
that's
you
like the
if
most
you
honest I could.
overheard
Yes,
if you
I
overheard
knew
her
that,
saying,
yeah, or
yeah.
if I had figured that out some other way, I think that would affect. Because then I'm like,
so
yeah,
okay,
I think that
but
does
let's
factor
say
in.
that- yeah,
I
let's-
think for
let's
most
say that-
people,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah.
Hold
no,
on,
no,
Loodle.
I'm
Radish,
done.
I'm gonna
I'm
head
basically
out.
done. Yeah,
All right, Groofus,
Hey,
appreciate you,
Groofus,
buddy.
love you,
Yeah.
brother.
yeah.
Right.
It's
Come back
appreciate
here,
well,
debating with you.
yeah,
man.
and
Griffin.
you're gonna run away before Game Boy gets a chance to actually throw stones at you.
Oh,
I,
yeah.
So-
I can stay if Game Boy wants to throw stones
All
for
right,
a few
Ron,
minutes.
Yeah, well, you know
Sure,
what?
we can get,
Real
we can
quick,
get to that.
But
yeah.
the
yeah,
whole,
I was about
the
to say
whole-
Game Boy's been patient.
the
Hold on,
whole-
Little. Game
oh,
Boy's been
sorry.
patient. He's the only reason that you were even here tonight,
I know.
because he punked out and he threw in the towel. And Lethe, I need to re-acknowledge, Lethe was actually talked into steel manning tonight. So in part of this, I want to talk to Lethe.
I'm very
also
charismatic and
about-
very convincing.
No, you're
about
not.
his actual position here and how he was able to be as persuasive as he was and won the debate, even though he doesn't agree with the position. But Game Boy, how do
He's
you
a
think
sexy,
they
he's a
did?
sexy man.
How do you think they did? Do you think that there were any arguments that they left off? And especially if you can release Groofus if you don't have any specific for him. And last but not least, most importantly, why did you punk out like a little chump?
Bitch.
Okay, 3 things. One, dead ass. Everywhere here is flooded, so that's not even my bad. I don't have power. I
Doesn't sound that
literally
sounds like an
had to.
excuse. Johnny
Okay,
Cash would have
it is
done
an
it.
excuse.
Johnny Cash would have done it. All right, go
How
Who are
the
ahead.
you
fuck do
talking
you
to?
know about my obsession with Johnny Cash? The fuck? That is
You've
personal.
talked about it before, Game Boy.
Yeah, it's kind of
Because I have the same
Alright.
obsession.
and cocaine blues and
JC stands for Jesus Christ and Johnny Cash. I don't think that's a coincidence. Anyway, how did the team do? How did the team do? And
I
do you
didn't
think
watch
there was
the
anything
debate.
they missed?
What would
I
Johnny
wanna
Cash
see
do?
you weren't even here for-
Cocaine. Sorry.
Vigi, what did I tell you before the debate? You can quote me exactly. Yo, Vigi, can't make it to the debate. Give me your arguments. And what did Vigi say every time? I know you're punking me. You're going to show up to the debate. You're going to use my arguments. And what did I say? No, Vigi, I'm not lying. What did Radish say? No, Game Boy's trolling you. Game Boy can make it. He's lying to you.
I
Wait,
thought
so you
were
knew there was
trolling
going to
too,
be
Game
flooding
Boy.
3 days ago?
No.
Did
Anyway.
He tried to do the same thing today, and I just assumed that he was lying again. To be honest,
And they brought the
Gotcha. Yeah, no.
Loodle.
Yeah.
No, but I straight up can't see how someone like Rufus, who says all this stuff about how good it is for the people to have economic power and how businesses benefit in this way, for him to say, well, tipping culture is bad. It gives people the right to choose how their service is and then spend their money how they would in response to how good that service was. It's almost like we pay based off of how good the service we receive is. I don't even know his arguments, but it just seemed retarded. I mean, idiotic.
There you go. So Groofus, will you
Yeah.
explain to your fellow only real libertarian how it is that your position in this debate lines up with your only real libertarian beliefs?
I'm at least half libertarian. Come on now. You said that in the beginning.
Game Boy, I was using I was
ENAP.
talking to you about this about a few days ago, right, with you and Energy, that I've been using more Aristotle in my thinking, and I was using
Oh, there you
a
go.
bit of a
Aristotle would
time
not
night.
support this bullshit.
Maybe he would, maybe he
How would
wouldn't, but I was
Aristotle
using.
ever?
Okay, so for those of
Aristotle
us who
hit
don't
2%.
who-
Aristotle
for
hit
those of us who
2%.
don't collect philosopher trading cards, how does Aristotle play in this situation?
Virtue ethics.
It's the virtue.
Right.
It is
If it's
virtue,
Right.
virtuous
yeah.
to taper 2%, you taper 2%. And Trump's a 34 count felon.
I don't see how virtue ethics at all ties into this. If anything, virtue ethics would say if someone does good, you should proportionally reward them because you are sacrificing yourself to
Because
reward
it's-
people who are giving out good character. If anything, service is
Because-
proportionate to how they treat you,
No,
and if
no,
they're
there's
able to treat you with good
there's
character.
There's a compassion factor. You could say it is virtuous to be compassionate and considerate
Oh.
of their position and their station in life. And I feel like you could easily make an argument that it is virtuous in that regard. But I don't want to speak
Yeah,
for Griffith,
tipping
sorry, that
is
was-
No.
yeah, tipping is
No.
virtuous, and the culture behind it rewards people who, even if they don't feel a certain way towards customers, will sacrifice how they really feel to still treat them with good character. That is virtue ethics, acting in good character regardless of how you actually feel.
I'm making it balanced.
Right. I was using I was basically arguing that it's tipping is dishonest because it's like my headphones just died.
Or
What's
maybe
with Leafy and the turtle? What did you say?
Oh, God.
Okay. So I finally found some comparable statistics for you guys.
All right. No.
What for the you guys were asking forever ago about the Seattle
Rufus
thing,
was
right?
about to leave. I was
yeah,
just kind of
Rufus,
speaking
if,
it
if
through.
you need to go, yeah, go ahead, Rufus.
No,
Appreciate you
I
sticking around,
can-
buddy.
I can
Stay
explain
longer,
like to
Rufus.
respond.
Stay with us.
Yeah. He was about to
No.
respond and then he got cut
Yep,
off.
Vigi, your information. Go ahead, Vigi.
What the fuck?
Oh, I see.
So
I missed it. Wait, nope. Okay, you're right, Vigi. Hold on to your information. Rufus can respond, then he can go. I understand now. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rufus.
Right. So Game Boy, I was basically arguing that tips are dishonest and violate virtue ethics because it's not actually upfront in the transaction. And I made that distinction in my conversation with Loodle.
I think that's equally dumb, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah,
I'll just
after
message you about it.
Yeah, there you
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I mean,
go. All right. So what were your stats now, Vigi?
okay, so to be clear, this is the state of Nevada because the state of Washington has always had fair wage policy. They've never had a tip
no,
minimum wage
no.
like
It was
do.
2022.
They-
It wasn't always. It was not always 2022.
From what I found, they have always had that.
The
Because I
state of
looked up the law.
Washington?
No.
The state of Washington, yes. As I looked it up, and I was looking for
Or
the
maybe
statistics.
maybe the
for
question
a
is
state that
define fair wage policy. Maybe that will make it fit.
Fair wage policy meaning they didn't have a lesser minimum wage for tipped and professional.
Oh, yeah.
service
So
workers.
everyone who's employed has a minimum wage, and tips are above and beyond
Yes.
that. All right, that's
The
not unique.
minimum
To,
wage
that's not
is
unique
across
to
the
them.
board.
Okay, cool. Sorry,
That
the way
is-
you framed it was weird.
It's
to me.
not
You're
unique
fine.
to
You're fine. I was making
it's
sure
not
I
unique to
understood.
them. You're right.
You're
There are
good.
there are 8 other states that have this
Yeah.
policy.
You're good. I was
the
making
only
sure I
one
tracked
that
it. You're
has-
fine. You're fine.
I know we got that, Loodle. Let him talk.
Oh, sorry.
The only state that got adopted this policy fairly recently is Nevada, and in 2006. So I had to do inflation calculator adjustments to actually
God.
get the actual numbers. So back in 2006, servers were on average in today's money making about $32,000 a year. Currently, they're making on average about $38,000 a year.
That's an on average of how big of a group?
It's across the state. So
Across the state
let's
of
see,
Washington?
across the state of Nevada, because I had to use Nevada
Nevada.
statistics because
Gotcha.
there was nothing. The average tipped workers in Nevada for servers specifically, because this is servers and food service and non-restaurant servers. It's 1,820 workers in 2025, and then 1,770 workers in 2006.
All right, so real quick, I'm
It's
sure
about
that
100
I
more
don't
people.
I don't know if everybody here has worked for Tips at some point in their lives, but one thing that I know from my experience working for Tips is that most people only claim enough to get themselves to the minimum wage. So I guess my question is, how trustworthy do we think that those self-claimed tips are? What I found was that until people start trying to get good credit so that they can buy a house or get a car loan, people who work for Tips report the minimum or choose how much to report to give themselves the appearance of having an income to substantiate a credit line. Do you
I
actually,
agree, and
how
that's
much
why
can we,
these
yeah, how much can we
statistics I kinda
trust those
work with.
numbers? Okay, cheers.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, the statistics are like a good reflection of like what people are reporting. So it's the income that they're making outright, but it doesn't really show how much they're actually making because these are like actual government statistics. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's not. It's only going to show what people are actually reporting. So, and I agree. I mentioned it during the debate because I've also been worked in the service industry. When you're a server, you're really only going to report what you what gets you up to minimum wage if you work in a state that has these policies, which is kind of why I started moving towards like comparing gig workers, specifically using the New York policy, because that's more comparable, because the vast majority of your tips are default reported to the government.
And one little thing I'll add on this, I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, baseline of those numbers, because I'm not an American, but Las Vegas is in Nevada, right? I imagine
Yeah.
that like
Yes.
that would impact, like I would assume that would in some way maybe skew either for or against these numbers, because I imagine the tips there can vary wildly. You know, if you're like server to server or person to person. It's very like
Yeah,
it's
unfortunately,
very
there's
tipping
not.
heavy.
Yeah,
No, I
There's not a
understand. I'm
whole
just
lot of
the
places to
economy
pull
is
from.
very-
no, it's fair. I'm not criticizing your data.
It
in
is
that
a
regard.
service industry based economy heavily.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm driving at. Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
This is why I kind of look.
Go
This
ahead.
is why I think the original statistics, comparing it to the whether or not you're at or above the federal minimum wage, or like the percentage of workers that are at or above the federal minimum wage, is actually more useful in this regard, because it actually shows whether or not people are living above the poverty line or not.
But the whole thing, right, about that whole federal minimum wage thing, right, is that you would have to agree.
I meant federal poverty line, not
No, I
federal
know.
minimum wage.
Sorry, federal poverty line. You're fine. The whole point is that someone who lives right under the federal poverty line in Wyoming or Montana will have a very different outcome than someone who lives the same percent under the federal poverty line who lives in New York City or LA. So my whole problem is that
regardless,
the federal poverty line segregates people more than it should. We should look at state, because
the whole problem.
Okay, go ahead.
No, hold on.
I'm holding on.
The whole problem here is that so the federal minimum wage or federal poverty line, right? It just shows somebody in like Wyoming that's at the federal poverty line versus somebody in New York that's at the federal poverty line. The only difference is one's going to be struggling a little bit more because so if
Sorry,
well,
I have to go. I have to go, guys. But thank you for having me.
Hey, you've been
Hey,
great.
cheers.
Ghosty.
Appreciate you,
Take care,
Ghosty.
Ghosty.
Hey,
Yep.
Awesome. Ghost.
Yeah,
Thanks
it
for the
was
debate.
it was
Good
fun
night.
debating you. Yeah,
We
Yeah,
need that.
yeah.
We need that
Yeah.
feminine touch.
Good night, guys.
Okay,
Now that she's
So,
gone, I can say I was being a gentleman, and that's why I didn't go as hard as I could have, just because
Aw.
I'm an ally.
You're a
But
sweetums.
no, I'm just no.
I
I'll
love
take it.
Ghosty. I wanted to
I'll
debate
take it
with
on the
him so
chin.
badly.
You wanted to what,
Take it on the
Ghosty?
chin.
Now
We lost. Wait, what the
Game
fuck?
Boy.
What
You wanted
did
to
you
what,
say?
Ghosty?
I wanted to debate with. God,
sorry.
dirty-minded
I only.
I thought you
whore,
said.
I only
I
heard the
literally
second
thought you
part of
said
that.
bathe with.
That's what I thought
male
too.
slut. The fuck.
He was like hot
I am a
tub.
All right.
good
Time
gentleman. I
machine.
would never objectify a
So-
strong feminist like that.
No, exactly. So
Tell us again, Game Boy, why it was you couldn't make it tonight. I don't know that I heard that answer.
He was putting in a
Bro, my
camera
power
above
was out.
Ghosty's
The
hot
fuck?
tub.
I had no
Power was out.
internet.
How are you talking to us now?
use your phone, scrub.
Because the
Right?
internet's back.
It's called the fucking miracle. Praise
So
Jesus.
the towers were all down as well.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. You were in
Dead
our
ass.
you were
I
in our
had no
Discord
cell,
VC.
no nothing.
You were
I
in our
had to,
Discord
like,
VC like 10 minutes
hey,
before
let me
the debate.
Yeah, no, but
I-
the thing is,
even
Tesky
when
is putting you in your
explaining-
place.
No,
He earned that
I
right,
had to
'cause he
drive.
showed up tonight.
I had to drive to another part of town, and I had internet there, and that's so unbelievable. Except for the fact I was with family, and I wasn't about to go on a
Yeah.
Discord VC and be like, "Yo, guys, let's still debate tipping culture."
Yeah. With,
Like,
I mean,
with a car full of
it
children.
would have
my
been a whole lot
uncle's
cooler
right
if you did.
there, and like he's
You could have
joining
shown
in.
up.
Like it would have been a 5v1.
The thing you
Do you know how
understand,
crazy that would be
you-
during
you-
cross X?
The thing
That
is,
dude sounds like a bitch.
well, and also Game Boy had to climb up the tower and cinch together back the fundamental wires of the
This is
entire
true. I was like,
Ohio power grid, and I
was like that one Jim Carrey movie, bro.
Exactly, Bruce Almighty, or Liar
Yeah.
Liar. One
You
of
know
the
how
two.
insane that is? I was
It's
like
fucking
saving
insane.
animals in
As insane
Peru
as this
and fixing
conversation
power
is.
lines in Texas,
So how dare
and
you?
no one's giving me
How
credit for
dare
it.
you? I give you credit.
Yeah, the
All the
fuck,
credit.
Radish.
So Lethe,
Every
back
time
to
I
you,
bring
man.
up a story why I can't make it, Radish is talking about like, I don't
It's always
believe you. Like I went to a
Hey, Radish,
quinceanera and I had to send him a photo from the quinceanera to say, no, I'm actually at a quinceanera. He's
a
like, yeah, the
quinceañera.
quinceanera story sounds sketchy.
If you pronounce it right, it works better.
Right? It would be more believable that way.
I'm not Mexican. I don't know.
So,
That's racist.
so Lethe, I'm sorry. I see now that you're eating, buddy. I apologize.
No, that-
So I would like to hear how fun it was for you to head up a team that you didn't even believe in. What are your actual thoughts on the project?
I'm very
Like,
charming.
where do you no, I understand. Where do you actually fall on tipping?
So I was more along the lines of the whole idea that employers are abusing their staff by not paying them reasonable wage. But after like going through most of the arguments and seeing some of the information, I see that tipping is like the best form of appreciation going toward the people that are making your lives better. So I
Again,
actually
very
changed my own
charming.
mind in the process of this debate.
Very, very charming. I could
That's
do all of that.
All right,
I
Rain
stole the
Man. We know
competition.
you're charming. You can drive in the parking lot. Just simmer down. So
Kmart-
you're saying that
Kmart
in the
sucks.
course of the
When did I
study
say that?
and the prep for this, you changed your position.
Yeah, I actually ended up changing my position. Like the idea that tip wage staff that isn't getting enough money and is subsisting on tips, like literally is just a rising tide raising all boats. And I think it's a good thing.
I think the rising tide would be to have an enforced minimum wage. And then everyone's tide can rise
The
together.
thing about,
We
the thing
have
about
an
it is
enforced
that
minimum wage.
Oh,
that
It's
me-
just
in
not
my
high enough for
opinion,
you.
me and Kai
this is
spoke
separate from
long
the
and
issue in
hard
itself.
about this, right? Kai and I spoke long and hard about this, and we came to the same conclusion. Go ahead, Kai.
Yeah, pretty much the idea that employers can pay more is a reasonable thing. There's no reason to say that we don't need to advocate for a higher minimum wage. But the tips themselves are separate from this, and they have the ability to make far more money than what the minimum wage would be. So even if you
Well,
raise it
just
to $30 an hour, they could be making
You guys
$100
also-
an hour.
Sure, I have one little
You guys also
caveat is that
inflated-
we're not discussing minimum wage. We're talking about sub minimum wage, right?
Why did you bring up minimum wage in every argument?
because
Talking about the
the-
sub minimum wage.
because federally speaking, servers get a sub minimum wage.
Right, but okay. So
So it's a minimum wage.
let me
The
ask a
minimum
que-
wage
But
is
then
part of the
tipping
issue.
compensates.
Let me ask a question.
Why
that
resisting
might
that
help you, okay?
compensation?
So the prompt was American culture, tipping culture in America should be resisted. So I'd be much
Because
more,
the mechanism-
but let me just finish real quick, and you can come at me. I'd be much more apt to say the tipping culture in New York or in Seattle or in Portland or in Oregon, Washington State should be resisted. I'd be much more on your side on that. But to say that the whole thing that's based upon these analyses of these very dense populated, very high cost of living areas need to reflect the rest of society by some federal mandate, I just don't think you get there. No offense.
So the reason we kept bringing up minimum wage, right, is because the mechanism of resistance we were talking about is advocating for legislation.
But who's minimum wage dictated by?
Well, the
It
state primarily,
Okay, so
right?
the federal government and the states can go above that, but they can't go below that, right?
correct.
Okay. So
But
Well,
okay, but you realize the federal
But
rate
with
is
sub
$2.
minimum wage for servers,
the-
they
the
do go
federal-
below that.
The federal
I-
rate is $2.13, right? So I understand. We've
for,
been over.
for,
Wait,
ser-
wait,
for
wait.
server.
We've
for,
been over this.
It's not
just
the
to
federal minimum wage.
No, but
is
just
not.
I understand.
That's the
sub. Yeah, but again, it's we'll call it the federal sub minimum wage because it sounds a little bit more rhetorically effective.
Call it the,
But-
I know it
but
does. That
I'm
sounds
agreeing.
beautiful. Keep using it.
Sure, I'm agreeing
Make
with
a
you that
poster.
we've established and we've gone over that. Yes, from the state side, like it's sorry, from the I guess it's federally mandated or whatever,
Yeah.
that the establishment is required to. I know you don't like the word subsidize here, but like I can't think of a better term in this regard.
Equalize.
Sure, yeah, they have to bring that $2.13 if there's nothing on the books.
Up to the
They have
state
to
or
bring that up
federal
to
minimum
the
wage, yeah.
state.
Yeah.
Yes, to the state's minimum wage. Or the federal if they don't have a So I feel like I guess the argument I don't know if you would agree, but I feel like you were starting behind the 8 ball. So when even with Lethe's saying there, where it's like, well, the mechanism as it exists is good. I feel like, well, why have that to begin? Like, why not? Why shouldn't the starting rate, the baseline, be the state minimum wage? Because it applies for every other sector.
I mean, the state minimum wage already is the baseline, and if they don't, here, let me just walk you through it real quick, right? So the FSLA, right, makes you okay?
That wasn't me.
I
think I know you're going to reiterate.
So, but my point being, okay, the federal minimum wage is the very bottom of what any state can do, right? And every state can go above that.
Yeah, it's like $7 and something.
Yeah, well, New York's 30, right?
725, I think.
Sure, yeah.
Well, let's say, for the sake of argument, New York's 30, right? So the federal is
Okay.
the bottom level, right? And any state can go above that, but no state can go below that, right?
Sure, with you so far.
Right. And so the whole point is that, so what is the federal government? So the whole point about tipping culture, right, I would argue, is unique to the place you're living in. So but you're making a lot of policy arguments on the other side. So what would you have the federal government do to make an equal playing field across all states, as your argument?
First thing first would be, well, like the main thing, right, would be getting rid of the I don't know the acronym that you just used, but the sub minimum wage policy in the first. FSLA,
Right.
yeah, the first thing would be getting rid of that and then making it where just across the board as a worker you get whatever the minimum wage is.
In your state or federally or both?
Whatever your
Both?
states. Or
I mean, I would say
the thing about it, though, right?
I would say that the federal government.
Let
I
me
would say
give
the
you-
federal
I'm
government
sorry.
needs to do it first.
Well, let me give you a real world example, right? Is like
That would make sense.
there's
yeah.
like 15 states: Wyoming, Tennessee, Montana, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Tennessee. I think I already said Tennessee. Like basically those like middle like rectangular looking states, right? All had minimum wages way below federal minimum wage, right? And if federal law upped the minimum wage, they all had to up their state minimum wage to be exactly equivalent to federal wage. So like, but if you're arguing for everybody having a living wage, there need to be more invasive, more detailed to the state's cost of living policies, right?
Sure, a living wage would be something separate. If we agree that the
Yeah,
minimum
that-
wage does not represent a livable wage or a living wage, as it was originally intended.
Can you differentiate those for me? Because I'm sorry, I admit I'm retarded on this. What is the difference between a livable wage and a living wage? What's the difference?
Well,
So a livable wage would be a wage that meets the cost of living of a state, right?
And so that
So
would be
generally
state
speaking,
specific,
the average
state
cost of
specific, right?
yeah, the way that I would do the policy is mandate it to, so like earlier when we were talking about like the federal poverty line, I think the where those where looking at the federal poverty line fails is the fact that the cost of living, one, the federal poverty line is inaccurate. Two, the cost of living varies state to state. on average, the average cost of living by state is about it's about $40,000 a year. Most like smaller states, like including our state, like Ohio, right? The average cost of living in Ohio is $36,000 a year. So like
you mean the annual
a
GDP,
living
not cost of
no,
living.
the average cost of living. The average cost of living.
I think it's 30. Sorry, go ahead. I'll take it. You're good.
Yeah, the average cost of living, like in order to be able to like buy food, buy rent, pay for your rent, have a
I know
car,
what you mean.
things like pay for utilities, things like that.
Let me steelman you. I think it's actually worse in Ohio. I think that the Ohio standard cost of living is 38, and the standard like GDP is 36. So that means like on the average, every Ohioan is falling $2,500 behind every year. So I'm trying to help you. I agree that's the case.
Well,
Yeah,
so
no,
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if this drives more to the point, because I guess the point that I had made was that a living wage is intended to be, when it was first implemented, and because you keep calling the FLSA, right? So the minimum wage was introduced in this regard. It was designed or intended to be a wage for like a decent living, right?
Well, no, I mean it was designed by the administration in 1936 to be a way for during the Dust Bowl and during the Depression and the coming out of the Depression, right? Pre-World War II.
Well, so if I could,
it was designed.
if I
It
could,
was designed to give an alternate path. For
no,
employers.
so well, I'm just gonna
No,
let me
it's
just I'm
designed
just
to be
gonna
a
wait.
livable wage. I
Give me a
literally used
second.
the
I'm
quote.
gonna right, yeah.
Sorry,
I'll even repeat the quote here. So if this, I think it's from FDR. So he said, "No business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of decent living." So that was the intention.
Well,
of,
I mean,
But Testy, are you saying people should be penalized
a lot of
if that's
politicians
not the
say a lot
case?
of stupid shit, right? Donald Trump said he was going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, and we're going to have eggs under $1 in a day.
I mean,
right?
But
my point.
you're moving the ball. Or moving the,
No, I'm not.
Okay,
no,
go
I'm
ahead.
I'm really not. My point being is that, like, yeah, that was FDR's like pie in the sky goal, right? What was the policy even after he threatened to pack the court and got this law passed? Like, what was the actual result? Was much less than that, and that's the political reality
no,
every American has lived in.
wage.
Wait, what?
It was a livable wage. It was a livable wage at the time. The minimum wage at that time
I don't.
was
Well,
No, I
actually
agree with
a
my
little bit
spiny
above the
hedgehog
cost of
friend
living.
here.
That's a squirrel.
Go Sonic. Oh, I thought you were Sonic. My bad.
Also, Lethe, to answer your question on whether or not they should be punished, the punishment is not being able to fucking continue your business.
Yeah. The punishment
Because you can't afford
to people.
Do you mean the punishment
all of a sudden go without work,
like the market
when we
system?
could just be giving them tips? That's why I brought up in my opening.
No, because
tipping got started in the U.S. post Civil War when Black people weren't getting paid. I think it's the most humane and awesome thing that people actually tip these individuals and allow them to make money and provide for their families. I think that's a good thing. So just because an employer is a piece of shit doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to get paid.
So the vast majority of the vast majority of businesses won't go out of business just from raising the minimum wage. There is a Nobel Peace Prize winning study. There is a Nobel Peace Prize winning study that from 1992 that shows when you actually raise wages, it causes maybe a few businesses to go out of business, but it doesn't cause the vast majority of businesses to go out of business.
Have you looked at
because they raise the prices and have fewer hours.
Yeah, this isn't about the minimum wage. I'm saying you can still advocate for a minimum wage while tipping the employees for doing what they do. I don't see where this is getting conflated.
Well, okay, I can clarify this, because what's being, I guess the point that we're arguing on now, or where we reached, is the difference between a living wage and the minimum wage, and we're basically we're all in agreement that is not the same thing as it currently stands.
We are, but we also let me just say there's a second part to the question, which is then what ought the government to do to
so
make those
that's not part of the.
That's the problem.
Disallow the sub minimum wages.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, my mistake, Loodle.
So disallow the sub minimum wage. disallow the
first.
sub minimum wage. Also, as well as raise the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, which is meets the cost of living of every single state.
That's fine. So let me grant you that, and let me just say then, would you not agree with me that that would fundamentally change the tipping culture of America if that were to be the actual policy?
Yes, and that's kind of the point of what we were arguing.
That's the whole point, though. Is like the current tipping culture in America should be abolished or should be resisted, right? And so, yeah, I agree that your tipping culture is better, but the problem is that that's not going to happen. That's pie in the sky. So if you somehow got your legislation passed and that was the new tipping culture, there would be a new tipping culture, not the current tipping culture. But you can't throw the baby out the bathwater and say the current tipping culture should be abolished. That's the problem.
Well, we didn't
By advocating for the legislation.
We never quite said abolished, and like, okay,
I'll
put my cards on the table.
Right.
Well, I'll put the cards on the table that like I ultimately agree with sort of Vigi, and I will also agree with you in the sense when you say it's like legislatively, like it's not going to happen anytime soon. I don't see that big political will or push towards that. So you can say it's idealistic in that regard. I guess we end up just falling back on the prior argumentation, which is that, yeah, I mean, because you don't see it this way, which fair. I think that.
Well, just wait 1 second.
You don't see the.
Tell me how you see it, because I want to see it how you see it. So tell me how you see it. I really do.
Sure. In the plainest terms possible, I see it as, and we've sort of described different scenarios in different ways here, that there is some level of obligation that is felt, or even guilt, because we don't know these situations of these people. We understand that they are making, potentially they're making, I guess at least this minimum, right?
Sure.
However, the baseline, like I guess their opportunity for income is higher, but by the same token, like they could also make much lower wages.
Okay,
so I see it. I view it as like the consumer in this regard. It's baked in it's part of the wage. Like the consumer is baked into the wage, and this is why I phrase it as like subsidizing, even if that's not the I understand the technical definition.
I got you. You're good.
Right. Sure. Yeah. So I view it as that we are supplementing it, I guess, their income, and even if that gap is made up in some regard, I would prefer that gap is made up by the employer rather than the consumer, or for that expectation to be placed onto the consumer. So that's sort of broad, like what
I think that's fair. I think it's a great goal. I actually don't disagree with that as a goal at all. Right. I said our question is like, so what should a state do? Because the state gets to mandate in fiat stuff, right? So the federal minimum wage this year got raised to $15. Let's just say $15 an hour is now the federal minimum wage. So every state has to have at least that, right? And there are some states that are going above that, right? What ought a state to do to make that work?
Sure. I would make it, most plainly that as just with every other industry, that the minimum wage is just in place. So like places like New York, Washington, that some of the things we cited, so that there is no gap that exists.
Right,
that,
but that's already like the case, though, right? Like already, if the state's below the federal, the federal bumps it up. Right, so it's already the case.
In a more roundabout way.
What I'm trying to say is like you already have. I agree with your scenario. There are inequities that exist between states, right? Like I'm with you on that 100%. Right. So the question is, if the federal is the freaking bottom line, and every state has to bump up to that point, right? Then
I understand.
What would you have a state to do beyond that? I'm open. I'm on your side ultimately. I'm just like wanting to hear like a good policy argument for like what should a state do at that point.
Sure, Vigi might have a better approach on that because I would want it to be in line with what I guess the state's minimum wages. I think the federal. Yeah, I maybe I just don't know enough about the American policy side of things of what is practical. So maybe Vigi can.
I mean, I'm not even. I mean, even in Vigi, before you go, like I don't even want like something that's practical. Like, oh, there'd be 51 Republicans and 49 Democrats, so it's obviously. I just like give me your pie in the sky best alternative. I'm actually open to hearing any policy proposal.
I think what Vigi described is kind of my pie in the sky. But I don't know. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
fair.
mean, I generally I just think that I mean, first things first, get rid of the sub minimum wage policy, which I feel like that's fairly doable once we actually have a Democratic majority again, and then pass a $15 an hour minimum wage, which also should be fairly doable once we have a Democratic majority again. It would just be passing policy to raise the minimum wage, basically.
All right, can I ask a question on that? So, I mean, I was in favor of when California raised the minimum wage, right? But then the fact that California raised it minimum wage was the vehicle the government of California used to get rid of Uber and Lyft drivers. So the thing is, like, there are multiple competing interests here, right? And so once the minimum
Well, no,
wage
they
was
didn't.
raised,
It didn't. They didn't get rid of Uber and Lyft drivers.
yeah, I mean, we can go through the whole court cases. There was a medallion requirement which was made, and people couldn't afford it because they were independent contractors, and so therefore it largely diminished the amount of Uber and Lyft drivers that were currently available. So you forced a lot of gig economy people who were reliant on tips out of the market because the state was raised the minimum wage, and Uber wasn't going to pay them that much, and so they got kicked off. So, like, what's the balance there? Is my question.
I mean, okay, so like when it comes to gig drivers specifically, I support more of like the in line with like the policy that New York did. I think that was the right approach.
Right, but so
and
okay,
like
but
raising.
so okay, I'll just take
Engagement of compliments.
New York is the good way to go. We'll go with New York, right? How are we supposed to make New York's policy fit in every state?
So all New York's policy did was require that gig workers get their base wage while they are like actively delivering orders. Like so, have you ever done like Uber Eats or DoorDash?
Yes.
Okay, so like the base wage that you get when you're delivering an order.
Yes. I'm aware. Yes.
So the base wage that you for like while you are actively delivering orders, has to come out to $15 an hour. That is the New York
upon
policy.
the state minimum. Depending on the state minimum. Yeah, but yes, in New York, yes.
Yeah, it's the state minimum.
Yeah, I'm just making sure we're tracking.
That is the New York policy, and then
Yes.
I think that policy should be instituted across the board, whether
Okay,
it's
so-
done at a federal level or whether it's done, which I think it would be plausible to do it at a federal level. I think it would be fine to do it at a federal level.
If you want to apply to everybody, it has to be the federal level, because there are still people in Wyoming earning $5.15 an hour. That's the minimum wage in Wyoming right now.
Yeah.
So I mean, the point being, okay. So, but the whole point is like, I completely agree with your perspective that like the most vulnerable amongst us are being decimated by big corporate interests. I'm with you on that, right? The whole thing is like if we take New York's $15 minimum wage thing and apply it to Uber drivers in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, Nevada, Montana, North Dakota, Saskatchewan, that's not America, but whatever, Minnesota, Mississippi, right? That's not tenable for them because the amount they pay in gas, like again, like the whole thing has to come some really great mathematical equation of how you're giving the people a living wage. So a federal mandate grossly misdoes the justice you want to seek. I want the justice you want. I'm just saying federally mandating it seems
the way
like
that we
very
would
badly.
have
Sorry, go ahead.
The way that we would have to do it, right, is a combination legislation. So I would say we probably want to do it as like one big legislation package.
Beautiful bill, if you will.
One. Well, I mean, it'd be a 3-part legislation package, right? So one, get rid of the sub minimum wage for the service industry. 2, raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, since there is not a state in the entire country whose cost of living is under $15 an hour. And then number 3, require that gig workers are paid the state minimum wage.
All right, let me propose you an alternative, okay? So I'm on your side here, okay? How about we repeal the FSLA 1938, right? There is no differentiation between tipped and untipped workers, okay? And we say that the federal government mandates that minimum wage in a state must be 75% of the federal poverty line. That'd be a good step, right?
Oh no, because
I'm sorry.
No, because the federal No, because the way that the federal poverty line is calculated is it's based off of the federal minimum wage. So in order for that to work, we'd have to raise the federal minimum wage.
I mean, the federal minimum wage is 15
No.
right now.
So
No,
real
the federal
quick,
minimum
most,
wage is $7.25 an
gig
hour.
workers, gig workers is a really, really, really broad term. And a lot of people want to say that gig workers is just Uber Eats and Uber drivers, right?
No.
But most gig workers actually make more than minimum wage.
No.
That's not the problem with gig work. The problem is you don't have any benefits, you don't have any stability, you don't have any like health insurance, you don't have you don't get PTO. If something goes wrong, you are fucked. Like that's the problem with gig work. It's not
Well, and
usually
also-
gig work is pretty lucrative. It's just flash in the pan lucrative.
And you're on a 1099, and so after you actually file your
And you
taxes,
get taxed way worse.
then you're
Yes.
screwed. Like it looks really great in October and November. Come April and March, you're cooked for half your wages more or less on taxes. The 1099 thing is a complete scam. So I agree, Horseradish. That should be the first target, I would think.
There are, trust me, there are more more wage policies
I'm
I
not
would want
asking.
to do.
I'm not
that-
asking if you give us all the answers. I'm
Yeah.
just
No, so looking for solutions is always valid. Yeah, so and so you get back to the hack thing. You were talking about the medallion with I drove cab, I drove limousine for a while. There's a reason that you have to go through the process to get certified, background checked. Like you have to show that you have the right driving history, that you're not a fucking crazy person. Like you go through all of those things for a reason. Right. Now, there is also sometimes, like I was just talking at work about the London cabs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but it's insane. It is the most difficult,
Oh, yeah.
like cab driver test on the planet. Like they have to memorize like 320 different routes, like patterned routes, 20,000 like individual locations, 25,000 street names.
Yeah.
Like it's stupid.
in
The requirements.
in like 30 different languages.
It's insane what they have to do.
no,
But once again, that might be a bit extreme. But I also understand that I don't know that I want Uber people to be able to just pick. Like, I'm shocked we haven't heard, or maybe there are, and I'm just not into the true crime stuff. The horror stories of Uber gone bad.
Well, I mean,
but I imagine
there are
Well,
a lot of
I think the
examples
part
of that.
about that really is it's not
Okay.
Uber gone bad, it's CDL's gone bad. Washington, Oregon, California are freely
Yeah,
giving
when you were
CDLs
explaining
to
what-
illegal immigrants, right? Who can't even pass the reading test. And now they're in Florida and Pennsylvania killing tens or 20s of people. So, like, I just don't think the Uber Eats car is big enough to give you the data point you want. But there are current situations where it's very similar.
It's
right?
kind of a completely different. It's a different angle. One's a background check, the other's a citizenship check. But
no,
what were you gonna say, Vigi?
It's a background check and a
No,
test.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
gotcha.
Once you
Vigi,
were
what were you saying?
explaining once you were explaining like what the medallion thing is, I kind of started to shift to supporting it a bit more because you do actually look at a true crime, and like specifically look at true crime around like Uber drivers, DoorDash drivers, and stuff. There are more examples than you would want to expect, considering how recent that became a thing of Uber drivers being multi-killers, killing people,
Exactly.
raping people.
I think
like
we
definitely need background checks for Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers and shit.
We're up to nationally. I think we're at 3,800 sexual assault cases and over 1,000 killings from Uber drivers. And Uber is trying to be like, if you log into Uber, they're like, we make super sure that your driver's the super best. Have a super fun time. I'm like,
Yeah. So again, having some sort of like actual background check, some sort of like credentials, some sort of like training sounds like a pretty fucking reasonable thing to do. So raising that cost, you know what I mean?
Well,
But
it's
like,
like
I'm not sure how that
meritocracy, though,
came
right?
up, but somebody was criticizing the fact that was a thing. So
Well, I just think that like, okay, so like if we there are certain thresholds we should have somebody meet, right? If you're going to be a driver on our public highways, right, and you're going to have a license to do that, whether it's Uber or a CDL or whatever, right, there are certain standards, and they're also imposed by local authorities and by federal authorities. And if you meet those,
of course
you're
they
good to
already
go.
exist.
Right. But the problem is when we're not enforcing those minimum standards, right? And I think everybody on the panel said today there should be a minimum standard. If this person like took a piss in your bowl of bisque, you shouldn't tip them at all. I don't think anybody argued. Oh, they still deserve 15%. Nobody's argued that, right? But the whole
Hopefully
point is
he
like,
gets like actual charges pressed, but
yeah,
but fair enough.
Here's my charge. Yeah,
Although long live Tyler Durden. Go on.
yeah. I Fight Club the best.
You were saying,
Oh, sorry.
pissing in the bisking.
Yeah, pissing in the bisque is like the idea that like, oh, maybe if somebody piss in your bisque, you should not have tipped them at all, regardless of the social pressure that's upon you. At the same time, again, we have to get the differentiating levels of like authority, right? Federal authority, state authority, local authority, right? The person who's pissing in the bisque is going to be chargeable under municipal code and maybe state code, right? The person who is doing a state level thing, right, that requires a CDL or an Uber license or whatever, right, and under state authority. I'm fine with uniforming that across the nation. The whole thing is that the nation has to take into account the fact that what a person needs to survive in New York City is vastly different than what a person needs to survive in Casper, Ohio, or Casper, Wyoming, or Lima, Ohio.
I can agree with that, and maybe I'm just throwing something else out there because I guess as like a hypothetical, like let's just say that everyone stopped tipping tomorrow. You know, it's some sort of collective thing. We're just gonna say, hey, we don't support this because of XYZ reason.
Sure.
We are not going to tip. So the businesses are forced to sort of make up that shortfall. I think that you would see an industry change in like from that direction as well because like they would be forced to address those things and like they would either have to kind of let staff go or staff would end up
Raise the
quitting.
price.
Well,
because
let me put this this
So-
way then, right? It's the whole thing. Okay, so like, I mean, I agree with you. Is like the employer would hold the bag as to who has to compensate the employees for their time if they're
Right.
keeping them. But the whole thing is like right now, Arby's, McDonald's, I can't even tell you all the fast food kiosks that got like poop and ketchup smeared all over them. We have to touch, and we don't even see a human before we order our food if we walk in. Like, hasn't the industry already accounted for that? And the accounting for that to make profit is screw you, human workers? Like, how is that a good thing to do?
Well, no. So for fast food and things like that, you know, I think that there is still like I guess an appetite, for lack of a better word, for
lack of appetite,
actual
yeah.
like yeah. Well, for I think people there is still a desire, obviously, to go out, whether or not it's a special occasion. It doesn't have to be, but
Oh,
to go
sure.
somewhere and sit for the social aspect of it, or to watch the game, whatever it might be. So I think that yeah, I would sort of separate because within fast food, it's not normalized to tip anyway. Although arguably, you know, they're making your food, they're sweating over a hot stove, like
They have a tip jar.
functionally
They
like
have a tip jar. You can tip if you wanna.
maybe I've never seen one at like a
It's about the
McDonald's or something,
culture.
but
Exactly.
right. Well, it is part of the culture, but yeah. I mean,
I don't
guess-
remember which fast food joint it was. There was a fast food joint where whenever I paid with the card,
Yeah,
it popped up the option. Yeah, it popped up the option.
Every fast
Right.
food place I go to, I tip. I don't know if that's just a modern thing now that I'm paying with cards and they ask me.
I
But
don't
like
have.
Dairy Queen, Whataburger,
Really?
I don't go to McDonald's,
I would
but
cons- I would
Subway
con-
does.
I would consult your mental health advisor and see if you have Down syndrome. Because I wouldn't just automatically.
Subway
say-
always did.
I said Subway.
Yeah, and to me, Subway is fast food because
Oh, it is.
everything is
No, it
pre-prepared. You put it together on the
No,
That's
spot.
a
no, it is.
sandwich artist, buddy. That's a
That's
sandwich
true, they
artist.
are
I love
Artisan-
Subway.
An
I
artesian
like Jimmy
sandwich
John's
designer.
Subway,
Yeah.
but they're still fast food. I love
yeah.
Dairy Queen, still
Fuck Penn
fast food.
Station. Penn Station ain't got shit. Fuck Danny DeVito.
Right. I would imagine as well that people are probably far less likely to tip in those scenarios because I don't know as a value.
I agree,
proposition.
but-
No, but
Right.
That's the point, though, right? Is like
But
if the
Food's
pressure,
made on the spot.
if the
so what's
pressure to
the-
tip is similar, if you have that device shoved in your face, right? That's my camera, and they're like 20% or what, bitch, and you're like, okay, 20%, right? I mean, that would be the same in any environment. So I just think that when we talk about mandatory,
I would.
we should. I'm
Right,
saying
I get-
we need to give the humans back their agency to do the right thing. And I think you're completely based and right that you made me a sandwich. I poured my own drink. I'm tipping you nothing. Fair enough for you. You make $12.50 an hour. have a good life. Well, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead.
You're the problem. You're the capitalistic, like you're the bourgeoisie.
I'm an anarchist.
You're the
Right
reason.
shit.
You're the reason that people can't afford to pay their rent.
Yeah, you're
Loodle.
keeping this
That
system
shit has got aura.
propped up on the aching bones of the working class.
Yep.
I don't think y'all understand how cool it is to be the bad guy. Like, if you call me capitalistic, that sounds like a supervillain name.
I think that's a Billie
God
Eilish
damn.
song, isn't it? It's a Billie Eilish song.
Kind of is.
Oh, bad. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a
yeah. That's a great song.
You damn
bad
filthy
guy.
capitalist.
I'm the
Yeah,
capitalist.
That's
What are your-
sarcasm, by the way, everybody. I'm
Yeah.
not a.
What are your
damn
thoughts on
dirty
all this
clowny, I hope you assume.
horseradish? I know you don't generally weigh in too much, but I am like all.
But we know his thoughts.
It's
Oh, we know, yeah,
circulated.
he's-
Well,
You can see it on his face.
They're seeping
he's
out of his
disgusted.
pores. They're
He's
very
disgusted
seeping
with
out
all
of
of
his
us.
pores.
I'm more of a curiosity. You don't have to go into
No,
it.
no,
but,
hit it,
like,
hit it. No, I think we all. I think we have. Also, it's really quickly. I really respect and appreciate the panel tonight. Like how we've like argued different stuff. But I think we all like agree
can
on
I
some
say-
basic. Oh, please go ahead.
And I
think it's
funny.
haven't spoken to Game Boy. I've spoken to him I think once in the Discord, but I will say as like a last minute substitution, like I feel like you knocked it out of the park. Like you were a bit of an attack dog. You just jumped on things when they came up, and it was like it was something to contend with. So I thought you did a great
Technically,
job.
he was the original, but we ain't
Oh,
gonna
was
get
he?
into
Oh.
that.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but
At least he was the
not-
substitution.
the amount
and
of
Ghosty.
people the amount of people in the Rolodex that got swapped or like couldn't do it, or I can't even keep track. I'm
It
surprised
moves
that that stuff
constantly.
happened.
All
Yeah.
I
God,
know-
no
I
idea.
got a dip for the night.
I have
Hey.
a daily routine. It's like get up at 12 p.m. bug horseradish, 1 p.m. bug horseradish, 3 p.m.
Yeah.
bug horseradish.
Hold on, Little Lethy. Thank you very much as always, sir. Great job
Hi,
tonight.
Leaky.
Especially great job. You didn't just steal, man. You convinced yourself. So fucking. I think
I'm
that's
very
the ultimate win.
convincing. I
We'll
feel
win
like
you
I don't
back.
get
You
enough
lied to
credit.
yourself so
Lethy
well. You
Water Kai,
convinced
everybody.
yourself.
How
Hey,
you
look,
doing,
I'm
man?
Lee-
leading my
Lee-
own
Lee-
bullshit.
Lee-
Here we are.
It's a shame we couldn't debate.
I offered
High on
Vidge,
his own
I offered
supply.
Vidge a reach around. He didn't take me up. So hey, hit me up.
And to all
Yeah.
the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. If I don't
Happy
holler
Father's
at you,
Day!
please.
Back at you.
Appreciate all y'all.
Happy
Same
Father's
here.
Day to all my daddies.
Oh, my baby daddy
Weird.
and my daddy's daddy and my baby daddy. I think it's an Outcast song.
Nope. Doink, doink. Sorry, wrong one.
Rest in
I think
peace, the old
I
Andre.
think the funny part is the fact
Andre
that the more that we
2000.
talked about it, the more agreement there was.
Yeah.
The funny thing is like that was actually literally like what mine and Testy's approach was when we like were talking about this, like talking about the strategizing. Was our approach was literally just to try to get any left leaning person that was on the other side to just agree with us.
Well,
Yeah.
you
The sad
didn't
part
get
is it
me.
didn't
You
happen
didn't
until
get
the
me,
end.
but- Aaliyah, come here, kiddo.
There you go.
Well, I mean, we got
I
you
like-
after the panel.
Hey, come here.
I'm kind of glad I didn't debate because I would have had to defend some dumbass arguments.
That's my
Like
13-year-old
even my own
lawyer
neg
incoming,
team
by
didn't
the
have
way.
great ones.
Say hi to people.
Oh, hello.
Now go to bed.
The
Where's
offspring.
So,
That's my.
What were you saying?
Yeah.
My lawyer. Sorry.
oh, gay boy, I had specific arguments planned for you.
Yeah, that's the funny part is like I was specifically targeting you so that like I could get you as riled up as humanly possible going into a debate just to not debate you. That was
That's
kind of the
true.
whole point. I was
We
gonna
will-
say that I was gonna like
It
debate
was
you,
all the
debate you, and I was just gonna get Ghosty to do it.
We prepped that
4D
shit on
chat.
Tuesday when I wasn't even debating. We actually prepped that shit on Tuesday.
I like the entire time I was just thinking of ways to make Rufus and you particularly upset.
They weren't upset.
Like I was telling
they
Rufus
were-
I had this master plan of like
I'm
how I
gonna
was
be
gonna
honest.
respond to him. And then I was like purposely pissing you off the entire time to get you to make arguments about me thinking I would debate you. And then I was just gonna go at Testy. That was the whole
at some
plan.
point, I was gonna I wrote cross X questions that I was gonna use whether or not I crossed you or what. Like I had plans.
That
but
shit's
like
retarded. I mean stupid.
but like you don't frustrate me as much as some other people do.
Like
Loodle is
Loodle is-
a lot better at frustrating me, and it's because he's basically just Grumple.
We
He's just
also
Grumple
talked
without the
about that
slurs.
too.
First of all, I
We
don't know
also
who that
talked
is.
about that
Second of
too.
all, I hope he's sexy.
You don't know who
No.
Grumple is?
Well, here I
We
want
will definitely make
I-
sure we introduce you to Grumple. You will fall in love.
I can't wait.
You are both
I know,
former.
straight up.
The funny thing is, you guys are both former Marines.
Oh,
Yes.
Or
son of a bitch.
yeah.
All three of those. Can you believe that?
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a big makeup
But
session. Just
I
give us a
I do
room
have
in
a
Hotel
I do have a
Noir.
very I have a genuine question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you either have TBI or are you autistic? I
have
know it's
TBI.
one of the two.
I have TBI.
You have TBI.
I
Yeah,
was-
that's
I was-
kind of what I
no,
was
it's fine.
thinking.
I was blown up in Iraq.
Yeah, like
Grumple
you act a lot like Grumple.
Oh, really?
You act a lot like Grumple, and that's why I was thinking that you have TBI.
Yeah,
What is TBI?
Traumatic brain
It's
injury.
a traumatic brain injury. Yeah.
I got half
Mm.
my skull carved out actually, from when I was in
Oh,
Iraq.
shit.
Yeah, I got blown
Yeah.
up in a fucking Humvee explosion.
Yeah, you-
and
You're getting all robotic.
That is a
I'm
crazy
getting
thing
a
to call someone. Yeah, you sound like you have half a brain.
I know. right?
Just
yeah, I mean,
FYI.
If only I had the other half.
Yeah.
No,
You
it's
just look like you got
it's
your
more of-
frontal vortex,
I'm
bro.
not saying
Look, you've been
I
watching
don't
Ancient
mean it as an
Aliens.
insult, right?
No.
Yeah, it's not
I'm
as
not.
nice.
I'm
Yeah.
not offended. I'm not offended at all.
I would be. Dude, I'm offended on your behalf.
Well, thank you. Go kill him. Not really.
Well, what's your excuse, Game Boy?
Wow, in Minecraft. Yeah, what's
Yeah,
your
metaphorically
what's your
speaking.
excuse, Game Boy?
Did you say? Hold on. Did you say you
He
were
has
a
brain
Marine
damage.
Game
What's
Boy
your
veteran?
excuse, Game Boy?
Hold
You
on.
know, whenever I'm
Did you
fixing the
say you
power
were a
grid, I
Marine?
get shocked. And so my brain goes faster than everyone else. So I'm like 10 years in advance. I'm responding to responses you haven't even made yet.
Right. Plus Calvin Ball.
Game Boy.
Plus Calvin Ball.
Did you say you were a Marine Game Boy?
Nah.
Okay.
Somebody said
That's what it
somebody
sounded
else-
I
like
don't
you
be
said.
doing stolen valor at all.
Somebody said
I've never
somebody
I
done
else
didn't.
that.
I
was,
didn't
though.
figure, and that's why I was making sure. So I.
Hey, Vigi.
seemed like it
Mhm.
would
Who's
not
the
be a
other
thing.
Marine, Vigi?
Oh, his name is
Grumple
Grumple.
Grumple
Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah,
I'll send you.
Rumpelstiltskin.
I'll send you a link to him.
Okay.
And Grumple's a super nice guy. Like sometimes he'll
I'm a
just
super
kinda
nice
go,
guy.
but like
Come on.
no, you are yeah, no, I'm not contrasting. I'm saying that like yeah, no, he gets along as far as I mean, he can be a bit frustrating, but you know, maybe you guys are some more similar. It's like lovable, but you
He's
know,
frustrating
sometimes a
but
bit frustrating.
lovable. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll work it.
I struggled to
Does
down and
anybody
talk to
know
him.
what his job was in the Marine Corps? Like what his MLS was?
Not off the top of my head.
Exploding
no.
shit, I think.
So I was. Well, yeah, that
Mhm.
makes sense. I was the anti-terrorism counterintelligence interrogation. So
Oh,
when they got a guy on the deck of cards, like the new hijabi whatever, right? I was the guy there interrogating him for 04 through 08.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh shit. I know someone who
I
did
would-
that in
I don't want to
Iraq.
make any.
That's
Well,
why
maybe
I'm
yes, but-
good at cross X and don't have a soul. I want it back, but I'm working on it.
Bro, Chief said, I think I'm yay. You may be right, Chief.
I'm a little pasty for that. I ain't yay.
Huh? I'm what Kanye wants to be. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
I just asked
Calvin and
Grumple what his
Hobbes
MLS
meme,
was if he.
Yeah.
I
This
just
is
asked
true.
Grumple what his MLS was if he responds. But by the time we leave, I will let
Hey,
you know.
send him. I give you my contact info. Shoot him my contact info. Tell him to reach out. I love my Marine brothers. We'll eat crayons together.
Well, funny enough, it looks like he's live, so there's a chance we might raid out to him here in just about 20 minutes.
It'll
So
be awkward
if
for
he's still
everyone.
on. But no, not at all. I mean, again, he's a friend of the channel, so
Oh yeah.
and I'm sending you everybody knows Grumple. I'm shocked. I assumed you knew Grumple. Like I literally assumed you were part of his clique or his group of pals.
No,
so,
I never met the gentleman.
Well, he does roll. He's like a conservative. He runs in a lot of like the conservative spaces and panels. So maybe that's why you haven't brought.
I'm an anarchist,
Yeah.
so
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe that's
Yeah.
why you haven't crossed the path.
my wife
Fair.
is
You're an
attacking me with a
anarchist?
sloth. Yes, I am.
Oh,
wait a minute, which
the-
flavor of anarcho are you?
The entire way, the whole way. Michael Malice, anarchist.
No, like anarcho-communist, anarcho-capitalist.
No, just raw, like no
Like
discretion.
Pure
all
anarchist,
human
yeah.
interactions should be associated by free will. and if at any point the government steps on you, it's a problem. So like it should be very.
How is that
everything-
different from a libertarian?
No
We
government.
don't have a problem.
Libertarians, I thought. So libertarians
Libertarians
acknowledge there is some need for
But
government.
libertarians think that 16-year-olds should be able to buy heroin and shoot up on the streets. I don't believe in that.
Oh,
I don't think I've
I
ever
don't
heard a
know about
libertarian
that.
say that, but
Did
okay,
you
cheers.
watch? Oh, well,
I could steal, man.
go watch the libertarian.
Wow.
2016. Go watch the libertarian. Gary Johnson, the guy from fucking Nevada. He's like, oh
I
yeah,
remember Gary
no
Yeah,
driver's,
I
no
remember
driver's
Gary
licenses. Everybody should be able to have heroin at the age of 16. That was part of his freaking national platform. I was like, oh Jesus.
I don't believe that. I would like to. Yeah, I would like to go back and see that. I feel like that would have stood out because I actually voted for him.
He didn't know
so-
where the fuck. He didn't know where
Really? You
Syria
voted for
was.
Gary
He
Johnson?
didn't know where Syria was.
He was the bicycle guy, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. Is that a gay slur?
No, he weird. No, weird. No, is there one? No, he was
Yeah.
like a bicyclist. Like he was known for being, or maybe he was a long distance runner. It was something like that.
I mean, I hope he was something. He was a shitty candidate.
He was, but I mean, it was better than
They
the
had him.
alternatives,
They actually
so.
asked him. They actually asked him to like a national debate. And they had him on the stage. They're like, "Talk about the Syrian conflict." He's like, "Where is Syria?" I was like, "Oh fuck my life."
I just looked it up. Apparently, he was an ultra endurance cyclist. So
Cyclist, yeah.
interest- Yeah,
Oh.
interesting Jeopardy fact. There you go.
No.
Like I said, because I did some research and I feel like I would have noticed the thing you're talking about. So
You're like,
I feel like maybe there was.
I only vote for endurance cyclists. That's your new platform.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no,
Alright.
but it's just
Hey, I'll
like
go
I
with
was
that.
making sure it was the same guy.
Yeah, that's him.
No, that year I voted for him. Then the next year I voted for Jill Stein, and then the next year I voted for the next time I voted for Chase Oliver.
I voted for Spider-Man.
This is a scary,
Obi-Wan. I
like,
voted for
L after
Spider-Man,
L.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's who I voted for. I'm not even joking. I wrote in.
There you go.
2016.
I would have
Spider-Man.
I would have voted for Bernie, and Birdie
Me
for
too.
what it's worth.
Me too.
Birdie.
But Hillary kind of effed that pooch.
Yeah, that's that's why I voted how I did. So
Yeah, that's why I voted for Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's our only hope.
I
What were
voted
you
for
gonna say,
Jill
Vijay?
Stein my first time voting, and then I've voted for the Democratic candidate every single time since.
That's fair.
Oh,
I haven't
That's
voted Democrats
crazy.
since Obama.
I mean, if we have to make an argument over, like, maybe a future debate topic could be like, why, like, even though I never voted for Trump, why I would approve of him over Kamala. That might be a good debate topic going forward.
We've already
Not
had
for
that
now.
debate.
Not for now, but like going forward.
We've actually had a very similar debate to that.
Oh,
So
well, then
What
To
never
be
about-
clear,
will
there
you-
are
it was that,
there are
that Donald
Republican
Trump was
candidates.
still a better candidate in 2016.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Well, would
To
you
be clear, there
I
have
missed
been
that.
Republican candidates in 2016 and the most recent election that I would have voted for. Donald Trump is
Ted Cruz.
never going to be on
Yeah,
that
I was
list.
Ted
Ted Cruz
Yeah,
is not.
agreed.
I was pro Ted Cruz and fuck Donald Trump when I was living in Atlanta, and that did me a zero bit of good because I fucking lived in Atlanta.
Well, are you gonna? Are you guys
I-
gonna vote for him in
Ted Cruz.
2028?
Ted Cruz?
That's the real question.
No, Donald Trump.
No, he's kind of ran off. Yeah,
Trump.
I'll write it. We'll write in Trump 28 just for the lulz. For the lulz.
I think he could win if he just encouraged people to write him in. Wonder what would happen then.
The,
would
the
he's
you
not
Constitution
disqualified?
would kick
Prohibited.
in and he couldn't do it.
Yeah. So go
it
to
would
a
be the
runner-up, I
person
guess.
who- yeah,
No,
go to
no,
the
it
next
wouldn't. It wouldn't.
highest
He would be.
number of votes.
He would be even under the.
At
Trump
that point,
versus-
just give it to him.
Well, no. But on the Trump versus
It
Colorado,
would disqualify all of their votes.
Yeah. Well, under the Trump versus Colorado decision, remember Colorado tried to have him thrown out the ballot in their state because of the insurrection thing, right? Under that, the Supreme Court decision was very specific in like as long as the candidate meets the basic requirements, i.e., being 35 years of age, being a national born citizen, right? They can't kick him off. If there's anything addition to that, right? Like the fact that in Article 2 of the Constitution it says you can only serve 2 years after the amendment, right? Well, then he's already off. So the Supreme Court would throw him off any ballot in the future. That's
Wait.
just-
Wait.
yeah.
When you say a ballot, because I've heard this like spin, because there were all this novel legal theory that's
Oh, sorry,
popping
go
up,
ahead.
What if JD Vance ran and then he chose Trump as his running mate?
Couldn't
Would that
be.
be allowed?
Indicated or whatever
No,
it's
it
called.
wouldn't be.
No, that's
No.
disqualifying. Okay.
Well, because
I think so.
Why?
let's go back to the Hamilton era, okay? So, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr were co-elected, right? Because at that point in time, in 1778, right, the vice president and the president had to be from opposing parties. And Thomas Jefferson got elected, and Aaron Burr was his vice president, and he said, "Yeah, we're dissolving that rule," and Congress passed it. So at this point in time, the vice president can't.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
Maybe they should go back to that.
Well, the thing, I know. I think it'd be fucking hilarious. I'm all in favor of that. That's
Right?
That's the amendment I want passed. Fuck repeal
Yeah,
the
that would be
19th,
kinda
pass
cool.
the 29th. You know,
Yeah,
But
force them to work together.
right? Yeah. I mean, can you imagine, like, okay, JD, you can be president. Be at the room with Kamala as your vice president. Have fun.
Yeah.
But no, but
Wasn't it Thomas Jefferson it was
Yeah,
Thomas
it was
Jefferson who
TJ.
said, "Yeah, no, we're not doing that no more."
Yeah,
right?
and
Yeah.
Aaron Burr was his elected.
I
vice
think it was a
president.
great fucking idea.
Well, yeah, but I agree. But the whole point is that the ticket now, after that amendment, has to be passed together, right? And Trump would be ineligible for any future ticket in any position, right? Because you can only serve 2 terms. So it doesn't matter if you get in by being elected president or you get in by being elected vice president, and then he dies, the president, or retires, and you get in. So that after the FDR thing, that was resolved by the Supreme Court.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. So as much as people want to, goon to that, that's not going to happen. I mean, goon away, but
Yeah.
And how many people in Congress would have to vote to make the amendment to allow a third term?
273,
like
I
2/3,
think. I think
I think.
2/3. So I think 273, I believe is the
There's
number.
both houses and 3/4 of all the states.
If we try hard enough, we can get them in.
Let's go through it though, right? There are multiple ways, okay? So there is the amendment process as guidelined by the Constitution, which is 2/3 House, 2/3 Senate, 3/4 of the states ratify in their own state legislature, right? That's one way to pass it in, right? The other way is to call, as Mark Levine has been calling out, Article 5 convention to have a new constitutional convention where there are representatives from all the states sent there, and they can do their own damn thing. And I think, as much as my buddy Ryan Mullally has been Supreme Court backing it, I'm like, I mean, that's like a lazy way to do it. Call a constitution of the states, play on the conservative principles. Oh, Mark Levin says, and freaking Dan Bongino says, we need a constitution of the states to make a new amendment, and then just send liberal delegates there or left-wing delegates there and amend the Constitution and not be the Constitution. And then they win. Like, it seems very... I'm so done with anybody on the right wing, like the talking heads, because they're, like, giving the battle plan for any intelligent person to, like, do the things they supposedly don't like, which means lead you to believe that I think they actually like them. So fuck those guys.
It was a lot.
I know. I'm sorry. I try.
No, it's all very informative. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I'm Canadian, but like, I spend so much time in these
That is
spaces.
funny.
I've picked up enough. Like, there are certain topics that I could argue like better than like an American person, and like there are some, there's tons of things I'm ignorant on. Like, so I'm always
Explain
like
to me
interested in like how
the
things work.
purpose of Canadian bacon.
I might be Canadian in a few years.
Explain to me the
Hell yeah,
purpose of
dude.
Canadian
Come on
bacon.
over.
How is Canadian bacon? That should have been
Well,
a
so
prompt.
we just it's so in America it's like back bacon, right, or whatever. So it's just
Extra.
it wouldn't make
Yeah.
sense for us to call it that.
Yeah, the back, the pussy,
Testy, I have literally
the
gotten
pussy
ads.
and the crack.
I've literally gotten ads from your government telling me to move there.
Well, so because they implemented
Dude,
this
I
thing
get the
where
same shit.
it's by lineage. So it's like if you have any old family, like if you have family that was Canadian citizens, like they expanded it massively so that if you have basically any
I
lineage
gotta
here,
check
any
that.
connection. Yeah, no, this was a fairly
Which do
recent
you
thing.
love?
Oh no,
poutine.
I've gotten ads basically like saying, "Oh, are you a leftist? Move to Canada."
Move to Canada, eh?
That,
No, the
no,
whole
that
thing
feels
is
like
I've never seen an ad for that, and the whole problem is that I'm fucking Irish.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to see those ads. I'm like, I would deeply consider that. But thanks, fucking Trudeau or whoever else send those out.
It
Because
could
I'm
be.
Irish.
It could be a psyop, dude.
I'm
Like
being
Trump
discriminated
could be
against
trying
for
to
my
get rid of the
Irishness.
leftists.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
I've literally
to win
gotten
New
those
Mexico, yeah.
ads scrolling through TikTok, and you know the reason I know it was it I literally thought it was a U.S. government psyop the first time I ran into one of those ads, but I clicked on the account that it was coming from, and it was literally the Canadian government TikTok account.
But it was the
That's
Canadian
I didn't know
government
they were
run by the
advertising.
CIA, though, right? That's the whole problem.
Yeah, the fact they're advertising in America. That's news to me. I did not even know that.
I think it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no, your
I get
government
the
is
same
advertising
thing.
in America for American
move to
leftists to move to Canada.
Yeah.
See, I'm
Yes.
just now. I'm
That's
personally
amazing.
offended that I've never gotten. My whole goal this week was to tweet the most.
You're not their
fucking
target
left-wing shit.
audience, my dude.
I know, but see, I
No,
want
but
it.
I'm
I
not their
want to
target
be.
audience, and
want
I
to be.
get the same thing.
Well,
I
what's wrong with me? What
I
did
get
I
that
do?
all the time.
Game Boy, that can be
I'm not
explained by
even
your
at all Canadian.
inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not inconsistent. I'm consistent. You just don't
No, but you
understand.
probably
That's a
troll
problem on
responded
you.
to something.
And
You
they
probably
probably
troll
logged. They
responded
probably
to
logged.
something.
No, I
and
don't
got
even
put
do
on the
that.
list.
They
This was
probably-
like my personal
Well, exactly. I think
stuff. So it wasn't even.
Canada logs your Pokemon Go played hours and targets you on that.
Oh shit, bro! My 2016
I know,
Pokemon
right?
Go,
It's come back to them.
dude.
Yeah.
I would like be.
They knew
fucked,
you landed left.
You're the new
bro.
prime minister.
I
Go and run,
I
young
did
man.
Pokemon Go in a courtroom before, like a Texas. No, it was like Galveston.
I mean, who has?
Like I was in a courtroom when I was in like 2016,
In
looking
what-
over like
in what-
someone being
in
put
what
to jail
role?
for drunk
In
driving.
what role you were a witness?
I was
a
like
juror,
I was just
fucking-
watching.
So you just like
I
staggered.
was like-
you were trying to catch the Bulbasaur and wandered in the fucking courtroom to catch the Bulbasaur because it was at the judge's desk.
Something like that. Like
Alright.
I walked into a courtroom like for a class thing, and then I get this
okay.
notification that there was like some like Pokemon thing. I was like, oh shit, that's Charizard.
Fuck! I gotta catch him
And
all.
I had
gotta
like
catch 'em all.
I had to hide my phone because I wasn't supposed to have it.
I know.
Because they were taking it up at the time, and I was just
You're sitting there in the corner.
and
You're
this
sitting in the back going like this.
So in other words, you demonstrated yourself as being defiant and a
this is
Pokemon
probably
Go.
true.
And this is probably
But the
why you
guy
haven't-
was
That's probably
straight
why
up
you haven't gotten
going to
any
prison
jury
for
duty
drunk
since-
driving.
Well, yeah, that's how it.
No,
happened.
but I wasn't in jury duty. I was
know,
just
that's what
in like
what
the
I'm saying
pews where the
is-
family was.
I'm saying is they saw you in the back going like.
I've had
this,
jury
Wrong
duty
way.
since.
and they were like exactly. You got yourself out of jury duty by being in a courtroom trying to catch the fucking Bulbasaur. Good work. Good work.
No, but the funny thing about this is I remember the court trial. Like as I was doing Pokemon Go, and this is probably on video in the like log somewhere. The guy got 45 years. Like he's still in prison because he went like 50 in a school zone during like school exit hours. Like it was like 4 when they were getting out. And he was going 50 past it drunk on like his 5th offense.
Yeah, it's fifth, exactly.
It was crazy.
That has to be fifth offense. So the 3rd-degree felony enhanced. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how it goes.
That it was so crazy, and I
You
was
can-
just
no,
like
no,
out
you
of
can
it.
you can only run children over 4 times. The 5th time you run children over, the government cares. Happens.
That's it.
This
They're
is
done.
true. And the funny part was it was white kids. I don't think it would have happened otherwise.
Did you catch the
Wow.
Bulbasaur?
No, I don't think I did.
Because
I
wanna see,
remember
'cause
getting in
you
trouble for
you
it.
can find them out, and you can be like, I caught this Bulbasaur in a federal courtroom on November 12th, 1945.
You know what? I'll log into my old account. I'll see.
All right. I want a screenshot.
I will take a screenshot and send it to you. Galveston Courthouse. I think it was at the old location. They have a new one now.
Hey, I'm not going to criticize.
But
you.
it-
old new Bulbasaur, Charizard. Who cares?
This was like 2016, so it's been a while. I don't know
Oh,
if they
that's
keep
fine.
logs from back then.
They do.
Oh, they
Do
keep
they
logs
really?
on
Oh,
forever.
yeah.
You could see under the
Holy shit.
Pokemon where you caught it.
Yeah, my first
Like,
Pokemon
in
I
the
caught in 2013 in
you
downtown
really-
Atlanta at the King Center. He's still with me today. I named him Lefty, which is odd because Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have the account, but I will look later tonight,
You're fine.
and I
appreciate
will
it.
send the entire Discord
That'd be
the
fucking-
Charizard I caught
It's
or whatever it
fucking
was.
hilarious, regardless. That's fucking hilarious. We can also, if we want to do like a satire stream, we could like make like a AI courtroom hearing where you're in the back catching Charizard and you're like actually supposed to be a juror, but you're like, no, I gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. And like they're like, what's your verdict? You're like Bulbasaur. We can make
I
some
wasn't even
funny.
a big
We can make some funny
Pokemon
with that.
fan. It was just the notification. I was like, I gotta get it.
Well, I just like
Was
walking. It
Pokemon
great.
Go a net benefit for society?
Yes. Duh.
If you're Palantir, then
It got
hell
people to
yeah.
go out of the house. Yeah.
If you're Palantir, then yeah, because they've absorbed all the data, so they can just drone strike at your house now.
Did y'all see that SNL like skit from when it first came out, where it was like the amount of people doing distracted driving because of like
Totally not guilty.
Pokemon
of that.
Go?
That was hilarious. No, I didn't see that one. I kind of after the early 2000s, I think like 2004 when Samuel L. Jackson like gave the New Year's speech, he was like, "My New Year's top 10 is number 1, build a shrine to my own badass. Number 2, continue to stick to all the suckers." Like after that, when everybody left who was good, I kind of just got disenfranchised.
I don't know.
See,
I got the
Auntie
same
and
way. I never.
Auntie and I would drive around with one of us driving and the other one holding like both of our phones.
Yeah.
And basically like we would and pull over. So
my
I mean,
God.
again, it may even it wasn't distracted driving per se, but I mean, I guess it was.
Well,
but-
the most like oddly erotic thing I've seen in my life, I know you do, is I was in this park in Greensboro, North Carolina. I was just walking around with my kiddos, right? And there's this lady wearing like freaking like knee-high hooker boots with like leg straps, like something like black velvet strapped to her leg, and she opens it up. It's fucking like 6 phones on each leg, and so she's sitting there, legs spread out, 6 phones, like tap 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 tap, doing 12 phones at once. I was like, "Hey, ma'am,
that
how
sounds
you doing?"
performative.
I was amazing, and she's like, "I'm from Korea." I was like, "Oh, that makes sense."
I don't know. I'm a terrible driver. Like straight
She was
up.
walking, but she had like
the-
these like bandoliers of freaking phones. Yeah, Samsung, 3 iPhone 5s, that freaking like Obama phone, everything was there. She was like freaking tapping, fucking killing fucking lizards left. I was like, mad respect.
Now, is that beneficial to society?
Yeah.
What did you, I was about to say, I don't think so. What did you say there, Game Boy? You said you're
I
a
was about
walker?
to. No, bro. Like
I mean,
half the messages sent from me in this Discord over the past 5 years have been while driving. I'm very
Wow.
guilty of that.
well, you're alive.
I
Definitely
every
don't
single
admit to that.
message, every single message I've sent Vigi has been
Well, hey,
at a red light or something of the sort.
bro, that was stupid of you to say.
I
because
can
you're-
guarantee
Bro,
it.
when I
Yeah,
was
that's-
If
when I
you're
was
in Ohio
yeah.
and you need
I
an
was
attorney, you can't use me
driving-
anymore because I'm a fucking witness. Fuck.
Yeah, that's. Don't
I'm not
admit
in
to
Ohio.
be
I'm in New York.
responsible,
I have-
pay
What were
attention.
you gonna say,
don't come to
Vigi?
Ohio.
I have had my girlfriend text when I was sitting there trolling you the other day, Game Boy, and
When?
I don't remember what chat it
What'd you
was.
say?
When the whole like me calling you inconsistent, that whole conversation, the
Which
one where
time?
Razor was trying to break us up,
Which
the one
time?
where Razor was
Which
trying to break us
time?
up. That whole conversation, I
remember
was
this.
I was driving my home, and I was driving home, and my girlfriend was texting for me.
You just realized
Dang, that's
how, like,
that's stupid.
the freaking irony
Um,
of like remember the
I
time
don't
when I was
remember
calling you
this either.
inconsistent?
Well,
He's like, which
I had
time?
I had her
Which time was
texting
it
for me
inconsistent?
because I was
Dang,
I had
I
her
would
texting
never
for me
bring
because I was
family
on the
into
highway.
online beef. That's crazy. That is
I was
Right?
on the
crazy.
highway.
Yeah.
Don't respond.
pull
It's
over,
never
man.
that important.
He's like,
Yeah.
hey baby, text him.
No,
You're a
it-
mushroom gobbler piece of shit. Text him. Hit
It was
send.
funny.
Hit send.
No, you know what? If
You're-
this
Hey,
was a
you're
you are not the
inconsistent.
only, you are not the only person I've done that to. I also
Don't
did that
never
in the
do
Word
that.
War debate.
It's never that
Well,
important.
hey, at least he's consistent.
I would like low key. If I ever told any girl that, they would break up with me on the spot. So at
As
least you
they
can have a
should.
loyalty test there.
I know.
Yeah, that's
He's got a lawyer.
there's a loyalty
I've
test.
been with
Put a-
my
put a
I've
ring
been
on
with my
that.
current
Vigi.
girlfriend.
Marry that
for
girl, yeah.
about
Vigi, put a
year,
ring
yeah.
on it right now.
I don't care if she cheats. Marry that girl.
Oh, marry that girl. I'll
Yeah.
be your
That
best
is
man.
a per.
I'll be your best man, or
I will
whatever.
show up
Yeah,
and pay for the wedding.
I'll show up in a fucking furry costume. Just let me know where it's at and when.
She is literally
I will show up
she is
in
literally
razors.
actively in
for it.
chat, by the way.
Oh, Mary Salty
hello
right
there,
now.
actively in
Yeah,
chat.
Mary, right now, right now.
Yeah.
Propose.
No, it is not. It
Get
is
on your
not
knee.
salty. It is
Get on your
Chemi
knees.
VT.
Mary Legate right now.
Chemi VT is my girlfriend.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Don't
All
talk.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
She's a fucking
I think we've fallen far enough off the rails that I'm just going to go ahead and burn off this last minute and a half.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm going to go ahead and, as I said, it looks like Grumple is still going, so I'm going to dump us out over into his
Cool.
stream. So thanks everybody. We will see you guys next weekend. Next weekend is the end of the season.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing Nerd Night on Friday, and we're going to be doing Debate the Radish Night on Saturday. So it's going to be kind of a different DMZ night. And then just to let everybody know, we are not going to be holding DMZs on the July 4th weekend because, as I
pity.
mentioned, go out, touch
Inshallah.
grass, blow stuff up,
Yeah.
go celebrate America. So you're
Alright,
right
so-
to
God bless.
fucking debate.
But
So,
but
thanks
Radish,
everybody for
but-
debating.
but
Thanks
Radish,
everybody for
real
hanging out.
quick, Next
Thanks
week,
for hosting. Yeah.
nothing about me being on tonight changed next week, right? We're still same.
No, of course, everything is
All
still
right,
locked
perfect.
in
Just
for
wanna
next
make
week.
sure- make
I
sure.
still have a bunch
What's
of
my
people.
role
So
next week?
Queen bitch.
I would have sent it to you. Check your messages. So, all right. Good night, everybody.
Mm,
I will
Hey,
talk
good
to you
night.
guys next
God
week.
bless.
Toot, toot.
Yep.
Deuces.
Have a good one, guys.
Hey, and
Later.
appreciate y'all. God bless.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Same to you guys. I'm gonna stick around. I'm
No,
gonna
but
mute for
it's.
just a few seconds to listen to him and say goodbyes or
Oh, yeah.
hellos and stuff. So, but I'll be
Oh,
right
I
back.
was just... Anyway,
Tell
no.
me about your
When did
Pokemon.
you? When did your? Oh shit. No, I was never a big Pokemon Go fan. I only had like the minimum ones.
Oh shit, I quit. Sorry.